Disappointed!
Welcome to Tuesday night's Sierra and LucasArts games. Today is King's Quest IV, Perils of Rosella. How you doing there, Pie? Echo, Killick, Rabbit, how you doing there? Good to see you. Hi, Diddleman, Crazy Bot, you. Hi, Coffee. Hi. Anyway, hey, Skyfall over there on YouTube. How y'all doing today? Just got off work. Mama! Got an extra job? You played King's Quest IV, got stuck in the whale. Everybody gets stuck in the whale. Didn't remember you have to be at a very specific place, it seems. Yes. You have to be exact, practically to the pixel in your steps. It's notoriously stupid. It is horrible. I remember fighting with it. Last time I played it, and that brought back memories when I played it back in the day, and I'm like, oh my god. Really? It's one of those things that some people love to hate Sierra for. It's just really badly done. Let's see. So yesterday we continued the X-Files game. That gem right there. And tomorrow we'll be picking that back up. I feel like I'm making pretty good progress. Granted, I've got the primate guide for it, so if I'm not making progress, then I'm doing things wrong. I clearly don't know how to read. Hey, Buttered Gamer, how you doing there? Welcome in. Hang on a second here. Change out for my gaming glasses. I can see just a little bit better. Okay. Well, I hope you all had a good. What is today? Tuesday. I hope you had a good Tuesday. I hope you had a good Monday too. If you weren't in my stream yesterday. But as it is, let's get started. I bet you there should be no more than a couple more streams once I get my footing back in place. Oh, I forgot to grab the manual. Hang on a minute. Where is the King's Quest? Oh, there it is. What the heck did I do with the manual? Did I leave it here? No. Raid! Holy crap!
What the fuck?
I couldn't help it. How you doing, Benez? It's so good to see you. I haven't seen you in forever. I didn't see you streaming forever. I clearly have been missed. You had some bits incoming. You did. Did I miss something, Echo? I barely can see your name with it all black on the... Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I see it. The raid. Benez, how are you doing? You shoved Benez over. Did Echo force you to raid me, Benez? You had 3 rough oh my goodness, without internet. Crap, that sucks. Well, I'm glad you're back, and I guess it's back to working properly. Hang on a second here. I had this up the whole time, and didn't even realize that it was not there. And you thought 12 hours without internet was bad. Yeah, you know, it sucks, man. Even just a little bit of time can be difficult nowadays. How's that possible? Really? You shouldn't say this out loud, but yes, internet is behaving now. Yeah, don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. Hey, Tenderly and Jabberwocky and Leslie also there for the poll. Heart of Mithril. Draconic Dude, good to see you all here today. Welcome in, everybody, with Benez's stream. Hang on just a second. What was that?
I was looking to make sure I didn't roll over Cat.
Oh, I don't know where he is. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit, yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I'll just say that. I'm sitting over here trying to get my manual up for King's Quest IV. Everyone should go follow. Yes. Yes. Do the follows. Do all the follows.
You have to wait until he goes on break or something.
Let's see. Hang on just a second. There we go. Yeah, anyway, so welcome in. My name is Bitterman. Sorry I'm a little bit out of sorts. I'm just it's been a pretty busy day here, doing a little bit of housework, helping Coffee get some stuff done. And when housework, had to do some maintenance basically. I had to replace the water filter system for the fridge. And yeah, and that was its own ordeal. Lots of driving around to get proper fittings and whatnot. And then I get started and I totally forgot to load the flippin' manual. Save page as... Let me save it this time. I swear I saved it last time, but I don't know where I saved it. I'll probably find it some other time. So I'm going to stick it in the King's Quest 4 folder before I forget. There we go. Boom. All right. For those who don't know who I am, I love to play old retro PC games, and Tuesday nights specifically are Sierra and LucasArts published games, and that includes those developed by those studios as well as just published by those studios. And that means things like Half-Life would be technically it is a Sierra published game. So that was a game we played on a Tuesday night. There are some times where we'll play adjacent games. For example, Crimson Diamond, which is basically a love letter to the old Sierra games, particularly Colonel's Bequest and Laura Bow. And things like that. Eventually, I'll get to some of the other games from some of the other folks, like Hero U. I do want to play Hero U. I never did finish that. That was the Laurie and Corey Cole, which were the makers of the Quest for Glory series. Is this a late stream for me? This is my evening stream. Yeah, so it started at 5 p.m. Eastern. Hey, Cabrone. And because it's at such a different time than on the regular weekday streams, which start at 8 a.m. instead of 5 p.m., I usually play a different game for that purpose because the audience might be a little different. There's a lot of people that come in that are in both streams, but sometimes I get different people. Like Benez came in. Hi, Benez. Hi, everybody that came in with Benez's stream. Today we're playing King's Quest IV, which is a game that this was the very first Sierra game I ever played back in 1988. And love this game. Is aggravating as it can be, like the whale tongue, or Rosella dying because she misstepped and fell 2 steps down, or goofy things like that. I love these games. I love the text parsers. I don't know why. Most people seem to prefer the point and click over the text parsing. And hang on just a second there. Let me do something. All right. So whenever you launch, and I forgot. Hey, Base Reflex, how you doing tonight? One thing I always like to remind people is if you go to play any Sierra games, particularly anything from about 93 or so or older, I highly recommend that you at least consider using SCUMMVM. If it is from like 1990 or older, I absolutely insist that you use SCUMMVM. And there's a lot of good reasons for that. DOSBox works well. However, there are a lot of bugs in Sierra games, particularly the pre-1990 games, that sometimes can cause you to not be able to finish it. Like Colonel's Bequest, you can actually play the game in DOSBox and run into a scenario where you're not really soft-locked, but because of the way the timer works, it will break, and it will be impossible to complete.
Is that part
hang on
of
just a second. So anyway, I always recommend it. King's Quest IV is another one of those examples. Always recommend that you play this in SCUMMVM. I'm not like some big advocate of SCUMMVM. I actually prefer playing things in DOS or DOSBox. But this is one of those examples where things that break and can make your gaming experience frustrating, especially after spending 10 or 12 hours playing a game only to get to the end and realize you can't finish it, not because you didn't pick up an item, but because some scene or event didn't happen due to the cycles being too fast or some other weird bug that SCUMMVM managed to patch and you missed. Hey, Darkmax, how you doing there? King's Quest games so well, it's like you're from Daventry. I don't really know them that well. It's just I played enough Sierra games, and I played enough of these. I played enough of them back in the late 80s through the early 90s. I remember pretty distinctly what it was like to play. I mean, I played King's Quest in CGA with PC speaker. I still remember the sounds, bleep, 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 and weird stuff. It just, I don't know. It was one of those where I played it and I'm like, oh, wow, look at this, is so cool. Daventry is a real place. It's not very nice. Yeah, you're not wrong. All right, let's see. What is the 5th word of the first paragraph of tip number 2? Stay out of danger. Where did I miss that? And yes, I've already mapped my progress. I've played that numerous times, so there's my map. Tip number 2. You remember in Quest for Glory 1, bitten by a program bug when the game would crash. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about in North Hampshire, England. Oh, you meant literally Winter Slice. I thought you were just being a little silly about it, but true. That's cheating. New map. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the manual actually has part of the map already drawn for you. I lied. It's not. It's something else. But yeah, it would give you weird messages sometimes when it would crash. In fact, Quest for Glory, Skyfall, and yes, I do have a YouTube channel that's running simultaneously, so I apologize for those at Twitch going, who the heck is Skyfall? Yes, this is Skyfall. I remember when Quest for Glory first came out, it was still called Heroes Quest. That's how long ago I played it, because it was only like that for maybe the first year. And they changed the series title to Quest for Glory. But during that time, we ran into a game-breaking bug, and we called Sierra and said, hey, we need some help. And they were like, oh, yeah, we know the problem with that. And they said, we've already fixed that. There's a patch for it. We can send you a copy of it. What's your address? So,
Get some help.
They wrote down our address, and they sent us a 3.5-inch floppy disk with a patch on it in the mail. And I'm like, that's the coolest thing ever. Of course, that was pre-internet, right? That was like 88. When are you ever silly? Oh, well, I didn't mean you personally. Hey, Nicomancer, did you get that help? Hang on just a second. Gregor, 9! All right. Where is the tip? So I'm looking at tips for new adventure players. Where the heck is that? I want to say this was at the end of the manual, but I don't. Oh, there it is. No? There it is. Okay. Stay out of danger. Stay out of danger. So, fifth word in the first paragraph is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nature. So many floppies. Is this my first time? I'm going to hit yes. Why not? Another beautiful thing, too, about SCUMMVM is if you know how to set it up properly, you can set it up so that if the games support MT32, it will just work. Hey, Peter Steves. And see, we didn't have any of this. It was just bleep, 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 bleep. The first time I heard this was like actually playing back in MT32 was like 5 years ago. And I remember being absolutely blown away. And I was like, oh my God, did I miss so much? And this was really touted as like the first Sierra game to have more or less a full soundtrack. And in the box, you even got a little flyer for the Roland MT32 at $100 off the retail price. I think it was $700 retail, and they were selling it for $600. And I think about that, in 1988 money, yeah, US dollars. Let's see, that would be roughly six. That would be roughly. Oh, come on. What's the total amount? Yeah, you'd be able to buy a nice high-end video card. Roughly $1,600. Would be 1.21 gigawatts. Sorry, wrong movie. An arm and a leg and a kidney. Yeah, basically a, what, a 5080? An RTX 5080 or something like that. It'd be about the equivalent, which is crazy because even the video cards back then were a couple $100. I remember when we first started playing games and I was reading the instructions and the technical manual was saying supports EGA graphics, 16 colors. And I'm like, how many colors do we have? And they're like, I think we have a CGA monitor. It only does 4. And I didn't know at the time that if there was a composite out on the back, you know, the RCA jack that would plug into a TV or a VCR with an input, that I could plug it into that and see 16 colors. And it has a slightly different color palette. And I've seen the game in that state, and it looks really cool. Like, this art looks good. Imagine a little bit more softening to it, and the color's not quite so bright and vivid. It seems to be a little bit more muted. First time you learned about graphics cards was in EverQuest required a better one. Oh my god, Armiker. What did I play that on originally? I think the first video card I had, or the video card I had at the time EverQuest started, was a TNT2. I think that's what I was playing it on. And I don't remember what I switched to later. That was on a Pentium 3, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was an NVIDIA TNT2 on like a Pentium 3 500. Maybe 256 megabytes of memory, or maybe 512. I don't remember exactly the memory, but I'm pretty sure that's the processor and video card I had. And that was at a rough era too, because depending on the games you were playing or the types of games you were playing, you had to decide what kind of video card would be best. Should I get a video card with good OpenGL performance, or should I get one with 3D effects? Or maybe Matrox will take off this year. My favorite, or my game that's coming out in the future is going to be like is going to support ATI. Last time you saw this game was a remake. There's a remake to this. I didn't know that. AM Voltage. Fan Maced, I think, isn't it? This is also one of those games, if you play enough Sierra games, you'll start to see that the backgrounds oftentimes are reused. There is a VGA fan remake of 3 as well. I think I remember that when we were playing 3 before. Somebody may have mentioned that. Yeah, Visa. Oh man. Before what was it? Before PCI. Before AGP. It was Visa Local Bus. Remember, good people are always blonde. Ah!
But not all blondes are good people.
You guess you're not good? No, that's not true. She tricked her into showing up, and then she can't send her back until she gets her talisman. Janesta Rosella. We can do this. Red, brown. The acid burn my armor.
Rev Brown just subscribed for 27 months. The acid burned my armor.
How are you doing, Rev Brown? Thank you so much for the 27 months. And hey, Tarna, how are you doing tonight? Welcome in. Your blonde hair but reddish beard, so you're only half good. I don't know. It depends on the red hair. There always seems to be some bizarre. I never understood the reasoning for why there was always a thing about red hair. Just different, I guess. People being silly. Doing good. Doing awesome. Just got home from work. Hey, Pi did too. Red hair skips generations, too. I didn't know that. So it came out of nowhere. That's funny. It's like, alright, which one of you was a ginger in my family? It will be better for you, the fairy says. Oops. And that should be just about it for the intro, I believe. It's a very long intro. This game, what was it, 9 or 12 floppies? I forget exactly how many it was on 3.5 inch. But I remember having stacked up on my on the computer at the desk we had a room added to the house that we lived in at the time. It was actually originally it was the back porch, so they added more support to the underside for the porch, and then they built a room onto that, and it was really cool. So that was where the office was. 3.5 inch discs were so fun though, especially the sound they make. Your father had red hair and a beard, but he was a gray beard and hair when you were born. Ah. You have completely random...
Hello.
Oh, interesting. Hey, Zach, so you got a completely random ginger cousin, the only living person in the family. Everybody else... Well, that's kind of sad. Everybody else is dead. I'm just kidding. I know that's not what you meant. Well, so it's good to see, by the way, if I didn't say hi. If both parents have the recessive genes, there's like a 25% chance the kid is randomly ginger. Interesting. You remember what we used to say to ginger kids at school to get them mad? Your dad's got rust in... Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Winter slice. They're all dead. I didn't want to say that, man. I didn't want to say that. Let's see. Anyway, so here we are at the waterfall. I was mainly just exploring last Tuesday because we just wrapped up Loom. And I got in long enough to be able to play around with a few things. And so we're at the waterfall. And let's see, where are we going next? So I think this is to the Hobbit. Oh, yeah, I see. Another one of those Yeah, she takes one... You'll probably redo King's Quest 4, but we'll play the... Oh my god! Skyfall! Is there such a thing? Just asking, for a friend. Every water... I know, I kept looking for one. I don't think there is one in King's Quest 4, which is very disappointing. She has weak ankles. Yeah, and they also... Thank God they didn't make any Star Wars games. The Empire doesn't know how to use handrails. Apparently there is such a thing. Oh my goodness. If you don't put a treasure chest behind the waterfall in a computer game, you get your dev license and light gun taken away from you. It's the law. I think this was to the mines, which we've already... What do I have? What is my inventory? We got Cupid's bow, the shovel, the gold ball, on a lantern, unlit. Diamond pouch. Oh, I remember what I need to do. Hang on a second. Yeah, there's the mine. You remember this girl from Leisure Suit Larry too? I mean, that would have been funny if that was one of the girls that Leisure Suit Larry was chasing after was Rosella from King's Quest. Oh, wait, listen. Have all the games crossover. Now, that would be interesting. The graphics in this are weird sometimes. The foreground plants are much higher detail than the background trees. This way. Sexy hijinks ensue. I do plan on playing some more Leisure Suit Larry. We've got to play 3 eventually. My next game for Tuesday after we're done with King's Quest 4, pardon me, is actually The Dig. I intend to play that on the old Pentium 2. Gregor! How are you doing, sir? Steven Milovsky. You played The Dig. Ooh. I did check under the little bridge. That's where I got the gold ball from. Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually very interested in playing The Dig. I wanted to play The Dig almost as much as I wanted to play Loom back in the day, and I never got around to it. Wait a minute. The woman is already upset that you're here. Don't be bothering her with things. I'm trying to give you diamonds. Take the diamonds, you fool. Surprised this game was never remastered. It seems like a great entry to the series. It was funny. You know, you say that, Drew Stew, and of course, Sierra remastered several of their games. They remastered Leisure Suit Larry 1, Heroes Quest, or Quest for Glory 1. They also remastered King's Quest 1. Wasn't it King's Quest 1? I think that was one they did. They didn't do very many, but they did a few. Dig is one of the few adventure games you managed to finish as a kid. Oh, interesting. Where are you at there, Gregor? You not at home, huh? Oh, wait. You open the diamond pouch and look inside. Many diamonds flash and sparkle from within. Carefully, you close it again so as not to lose any.
Oh.
There was also an KQ AGI fan remake, which was awesome. Yes, I think I remember. Tom playing that. There's an interesting EGA. I'd almost call that a D-make, Winter Slice, of 6, right? Because by the time 6 came out, that was VGA, wasn't it? You're in bed, about to sleep, so I thought oh, thank you so much, Gregor. I appreciate that. A beautiful green meadow dotted with wildflowers serves as the fisherman's spacious backyard. The flowers' sweet scent fills the air. Thinking as a text parser and everything. That is really, that's interesting. Almost wanted to dig up that stump. You have to burn your hand on the stove and sue the old lady. Oh,
hello, hello.
Wait. The large frog stares back at you. I forgot how I got the frog. Back in EGA land, Lazy Crypt, that is for sure. Therefore, good night to everyone. I hope you... Thank you, Gregor. Get some good sleep, man. Get some very good sleep. Dig was fun.
Gregor,
Finally
9.
played it last year. Ooh.
How the acid burn my armor.
Oh. Hey, goodness.
How the acid burn my armor.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, we've already got that. And nothing else that we can do in the dwarf's house, I don't think. I don't think there's anything else there. Trying to remember all the stuff that we're supposed to do here. I've got a handful. Oh, look, that's the bird. Get worm. A pretty robin pulls hungrily at a long earthworm. I forgot what that was all about. I want to say that's something I need to do as well. Yes. Okay. And there was some music somewhere too, I believe. Look at all of the fir trees are all one color, and even though... Oh, you're talking about because they're solid. Like solid background, but then the foreground... You've got more detail and... Huh. This is one of those where I would love to see the original art that they drew. Let's see. Look, worm. Look, gold ball. Hmm, 2 arrows. Okay. Wait, I have a shovel. I can dig. Okay. Let's see. Look, bench. Nothing special. Pole. Oops. Wait, my hand's on the wrong spot. Pole clock. Open clock. Look clock. Okay. Look mirror. You look in the broken mirror and see the reflection of a poor but beautiful peasant girl. Balls of gold. Well, isn't that special?
What the fuck?
Open door. Push wall. Oh, pole candle. Look candle. Pole light. Turn candle. Push candle. Jump. Oh, she's going up the stairs. I think this is a hidden door, and I swear that's what opens it, but I might be misremembering. Sconce, maybe that's what it was. Does not know what a sconce is. Candelabra. Do you want to know? Yeah, why not? I'm mainly playing this just for the story anyway. That's why I have hints on. I left it on purpose. There is nothing of interest on the floor. Not the right room. Yeah. Oh, okay. So if it's not that one, then it is this one over here, I think. Now, I know the one on the lower floor, there is a hidden door, and we've already gone in that one. Scones are better anyway, no doubt. No. Yeah, I did get into that one. That one's easy enough. I forgot what it was that I did to open it, but we got into it last Tuesday. I don't have the music, though, for the organ. Oh, yeah. That was actually, that's actually one of those rooms where it's a great example of you can go into a room and just type open door, and it'll say you're not close enough. See, in this case, it says the secret door is already open, but if you go in here and you type open door, you can't do that now. And that's pretty much the answer you'll get everywhere. Look, fireplace. But the purpose of that is, and why that's important is because it's kind of a way to get a hint from the game. You can type certain keywords like open door, close window, surge drawer, that kind of thing. And if you do it in every single location and note the way it responds back, once you go into an area where you get a different response, odds are there's something in there that you can do with that particular keyword. So it's kind of a way to sort of cheat. Not really a cheat. It's kind of brute forcing text parsers. Shelf. You examine the books on the side of the room. On this side of the room, none of the books are up to the quality of reading you're used to. Escape whale. Yeah, really. Escape whale. Climb tongue. It's difficult to climb while wearing that dress. Look, shelf. Only one catches your... Oh, yes, okay. Get book. You remove the Shakespeare book from the shelf and carry it with you. Open book. You open the Shakespeare book, and thumb through pages contained within it are all the wonderful plays of the playwright William Shakespeare. I forget what I do with that, but we have it. Get music. You'll have to take a different approach. Take music. So that says you have to take a different approach. Get music. Take a different approach. Okay. I am not able to type today. There is nothing of interest in the dusty old cabinet. Under cabinet. Where did I see the music? When you go out, you need a guide dog and an escape whale. An escape whale? Potential death. Incoming. I like how they give you a handrail at the very, very top, and then they take it away for the first part. It's like they knew better. They did it on purpose. Every time you get into a socially awkward situation, you throw the whale at them and run away. Well, that will definitely get some people's attention. I want to say this moves. Pull organ. Move organ. Push organ. Sit. Play. Isn't it though, Capron? That's new games. It's gonna be old games for me for a good long while. 70 pounds, but that adds up to like 95 bucks. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be 80 here or something like that. It's ridiculous. What a virtuoso you are, Rosella. Practice scales. That Doom is also not like other Doom games. Yeah. We're already done with Loom, right? You prefer classic Doom anyway. You know, base reflex for the most part, I really do as well. But I gotta say, Doom 2016 was really good. I really enjoyed that one. It's on Game Pass anyways. Oh, there you go. Let's see. Play E minor. Play C scale. Arpeggio. Let's see. Open organ. Look under key. Look bench. Move bench. Look pipe. Get pipe. Pull handle. Pull lever. Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal for you. Doom Dark Ages can go back to the design board. What's the main difference? I haven't played Doom Dark Ages at all. And I've only played 2016. I haven't touched Eternal yet either. But for the most part, Doom 2016 felt a bit like Quake 3 and Doom combined. Basically, the idea for Doom 2016, if you take the story out of it, is they send you down some corridors where you might run into a few enemies on the way, but for the most part, it's pretty light. You might listen to some dialogue, get interrupted by some story elements, and then you get into a large area, and that area will eventually be triggering a spawning of lots of demons. So it's kind of like each area you're being funneled into is an arena. And then you have to battle a bunch of stuff, horde style. And then once you defeated all of the horde, you funnel yourself into another arena and you repeat that. Now, the arenas can be large or they can be small, but they're varied in, height and shape and things like that. And for the most part, that was actually a pretty fun style. Now, I don't know about Eternal or Dark Age. I think Eternal plays very similarly to that, but I know Dark Age is a lot of melee. But guns as well. It's supposed to be medieval, I guess. I don't know. From what I've seen, it's definitely a mix. This is basically this. Yeah, that was my understanding, that it was very much like 2016. Let's see.
This is a castle, and we have many.
That's right.
tapestries.
Open organ, right? Pull stop. Pull latch. Stand. Get music. I swear there was something I can do with this that I'm missing, but I don't remember what it was. Look, pedal. Really?
You know when you've been tangoed.
Maybe you'll like it more. It didn't like the constant weapon swapping of 2016 or Eternal. Yeah. And the music is not by Mick Gordon, and it shows. Really? Okay, I gotta go back and get that Shakespeare book. I don't know what I'd do with the Shakespeare book. I don't remember. Open door.
Great hack, man.
Turkey? Oh my goodness. Hang on just a second. Let me get it.
Moo.
Mo. Jalliers, how are you doing today? Welcome in. One head crab. Oh. There we go. Much better. Zreezagon, good to see you there. Okay. Music felt flat, where Mick Gordon would drop bass to the lowest possible. This soundtrack felt constrained. I don't know, maybe Windows killed something in your audio, but it felt not angry enough. Cannot explain it. I'd say that's most likely just different style. Perhaps they were going for a different aesthetic, given the different environment that the game is supposed to be played in. In thy face I see the map of honor, truth, and loyalty. Read book. Good night, parting is such sweet sorrow, that I shall say good night till it be morrow. I can't read the poetry of Shakespeare. I just can't do it justice. Read book. How sour sweet music is, when time is broke and no proportion kept. So is it in the music of men's lives. He jests at scars that never felt a wound, but soft, what light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Your brain has gone cold. Not anymore. You always wanted to be able to read. Hey, T-Pat. Stare at the left wall of the parlor. Move painting. Take painting. How is Tamir treating me? Oh, you know, they could have better accommodations, but I took the cheap route. Game is different. And the music as well just made it turn into a style that you're not fond of. Alas, you know, people like it though. Different does not mean, but yeah, of course not. I mean, it's not an everybody kind of thing. It's just like Doom 3. Everybody, I say everybody, a lot of people didn't like Doom 3. And
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Not everybody liked Doom 3 for a lot of different reasons. I'd say there was a significant portion of players that didn't like Doom 3. I didn't have a problem with it. Granted, it was hard to see because of the way the game was designed, using the flashlight so much. And then, of course, being forced to switch weapons to when it was, you know, with no flashlight and being forced into the dark. That could be challenging. You know, sometimes that's all it takes, TweetX. Doom 3 was bad, just different style. Yeah, they could have just called it something different, or called it something that wasn't Doom, and people would have liked it more. Yeah, they could have called it anything rather than Doom, and it would have probably been received better. The funniest thing is, TweetX, is Doom 3 is a good example of people constantly saying, oh, you know, you guys never do this, you never do that, you never do this. And in this case, people were griping nonstop that id Games never had a story. Oh, the stories are weak, and it's really just about running around and shooting a bunch of demons or, you know, other supernatural beings and blah, 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 and so on. And they're not entirely wrong, but it was fun. So in response, that was kind of Doom 3. They finally made a game that actually had a story to it. And then people were like, man, this sucks. It's like, you got what you asked for. You literally got what you asked for, and you still couldn't help but complain. Exactly, base reflux. It really didn't. It really didn't. And that's something that a lot of people don't understand. This game needs story. Right? King's Quest IV, it needs story. It's an adventure game. It focuses on story. There's not a lot of action to it. You're just running around. You don't know what to dig for yet. Yeah, it happens with games even today. Oh, it's 100% that. Yep. The door is locked. Unlock. Unlock door. Okay, I didn't think I had the key. The sky is nice and blue. Names have a lot of baggage with them. Happens with a lot of movies too. Yep, Star Wars. When movies take names from games or whatever, but have nothing to do with it. Yep. I think Until Dawn was getting a lot of heat. People saying it's an okay movie, but has nothing to do with the game. So why call it Until Dawn? Call it something different. Yeah. I forget how we got past these guys. I think I can actually walk past them. Let's try something. Nope. Wouldn't you know it? You've been caught. They should have called it the Dark Pictures. I do believe I can get through here. Let's see. Whoa! You've really gotten yourself out on a limb this time, Rosella. Okay. Maybe not. It seems you'll discover your roots after all, Rosella. Here come the ads. All right, just a second. Give me just a few minutes. Let's let these ads roll through. And Final Girl, how you doing this evening? Oh, no! That's the name of the anthology. Ah. We'll be right back after these ads, and then we're going to continue. So please, don't go nowhere. right. Ooh, I need to go and do some more sound commands. Thank you, Lazy Crypt. I got a few that I need to do. All right. Yeah, I don't think I can make it through here. I think I get snatched no matter what. I don't remember how I managed to get past these jokers. And I'm also...
He's an asshole, sir.
Aren't they all? Except Mystic. Mystic's a good boy. Hi there, creepy trees. He's over here, sitting here, looking back and forth. Okay. 12. And I don't have the key. Let's see.
Get that crap out of here.
Let's see. Where the heck was the key?
How the acid burn my
swear-
armor.
Lock. Knock. You cautiously tap at the door, but greeted with only vicious barking from the other side. Hey, lass. How you doing? Yeah, having a hard time getting my rhythm together in this game. Let's see. There's always a risk the giant will come out and get me. All right. There is... Where is the mine? I actually didn't write anything down on this one. Montefe. Hey, Montefe, how you doing? Your favorite King's Quest? You don't say. I really like this one, too, if I can remember... If I can remember what the heck I'm supposed to do. Oh, that's the bridge. There's the beach. Oh! The sparkling white sand beach. Let's see. Forgot about this dude. The wandering minstrel. You say hello to the minstrel, who looks at you in surprise. Well, well, who do we have here, he asks. You introduce yourself as Rosella. Hello, Rosella, says the minstrel. Let me play for you one of my favorite tunes, and he begins to play an old ballad. Unfortunately, it appears that his musical skills are quite limited as he plunks and pings his way through an otherwise beautiful song. Wow. You unthinkingly speak to the minstrel again, who immediately begins playing another bad rendition of a favorite oldie but goodie. And now it's gonna play. Now he's gonna play the theme to King's Quest IV. Give book. You hand the Shakespeare book to the minstrel. Curiously, he opens it and begins to read aloud. First, hesitantly, then with increased forcefulness as he begins to get into it. Suddenly he stops and looks at you. "This is wonderful," he exclaims. "This gives me a new lease on life. No longer am I a mere minstrel. Now I will become a famous actor. To be or not to be. How's that?" He then gives you his loot, bids you farewell, and wanders off to stardom. Okay, I thought so. Till Mr. Lee comes not even close to Jimi Hendrix. You can't do that now. Why not? Look, loot. Oh, you see the fisherman on the end of the pier. That was funny. I don't think I ever noticed that before. Epic loot, man. That's some fat loots there. Play loot. Show loot. Use bow. Use bow on fisherman. Shoot fisherman. Oh wait. Give worm. Talk. You say a few words to the old fisherman. However, he must have other things on his mind as he seems to ignore you. Well, I'm going to stand right here and he can't get past me, so yeah. This will be a long stream, isn't it? Get hole. It's his. Forget what it is that I need to do with this guy. You knock loudly. "Just come on in." Open door. Hey, I know people don't like it when you just run around grabbing poles. Look wall. Look bed. Under bed. I see a cupboard full, filled with canned goods. Tamir has canned goods. They're pretty advanced, aren't they? Let's see. Sit. I don't have time to sit. The woman is already upset you're here. Don't be bothering her with things. What do I do with that lady? She's always upset. Tamir canned goods, now with more lead. Oh, then. Oh. Oh, your invoice that you were talking about. 1809 or 1810 canned goods were invented. Yeah, it was, if I remember history right, it was a staple of the Napoleon Wars. They were using, that was their way of being able to carry food with them, so that if they lost, if they had a problem with their logistics, because maybe the enemy cut them off, they wouldn't starve to death. Not right away, anyway. I think that was the story. But the can opener wasn't invented until later. They still starved to death, huh? Ooh. Unicorn. See a beautiful wild unicorn in the meadow. Its coat is dapple gray, and its wonderful horn shines like gold. The unicorn shies at your approach and trots away. Talk. Show ball. Play loot. Oh, I think I remember what the loot is. Okay. I think. Hey, Tweebex, you know, sometimes you just take it as the way you can get it. If you're proud of it, show it off. Wait. If you got it, flaunt it. Where the heck is that frog? I think... That's not what I was looking for. Oh, there we go. There's a stream. Okay, so I need to go this way. Instant soup was invented in Prussia for the military flaunting convention. Interesting. Aha. So that didn't do any good. Throw ball. You accidentally drop the golden ball into the pond from atop a lily pad. A large green frog leaps into the water and disappears from view. A moment later, the frog emerges with, "Yes, your lost ball in its mouth." It seems as if the frog is kindly returning your gold ball to you. Squinting up your nose in disgust, you catch the large frog and hold it in your hand. It stares at you with its big, bulgy eyes and wobbles its throat. Kiss frog. You look at the frog's green lips. Good. You feel silly doing this as you slowly put your mouth against the frog's. Suddenly, the little green frog changes into Leisure Suit Larry. I'm just kidding, a handsome prince. Who are you? The prince demands. I thought you were supposed to be a princess. Why, you're nothing more than a peasant girl. You blanch a bit at that remark, but say nothing. Well, ta-ta, he says, I'm off. Here, you may keep this. To your surprise, he tosses a little golden crown to you as he takes his leave. Good riddance, you think? Right around with 640K, right, T-Pat? There's something soothing about this graphical style, isn't there, though? Get ball. That would have been a fun twist. It would have been hilarious if they'd done it. He would have turned her down. Wow. He wouldn't have turned her. It would have been funnier if he did. All right, so let's see. Save. 15. Okay. So we're 32 of 230. Well, slowly but surely. Larry's too old for us. I mean, considering Larry was supposed to be like 40 in 1980, what, 7? Pardon me. Or whenever it came out, the first one. Yeah. He'd be in his, what, I guess, if it was 1990, he would be, what, 30, that would be 75. So he's like 77, 78, something like that. All right. So now we have a small crown, which I have no idea what that's supposed to be for. I don't remember. I swear the diamond pouch was supposed to be for the fisherman's wife, but I don't remember how to trigger that. Oh, Rosella, yeah, who's like 16, I think, but fair point. Yeah, I mean, well, you know, that would put her at my age, basically. Maybe a year older than me. If she was 16 and this came out in 88, I turned 16 in 89? Yeah, in 89. So yeah, she'd be like a year older than me. How appropriate. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember. How I wish you could grocery shop at those. I know, right? And tenderly, no doubt. I mean, think about it. Let's see. I very distinctly remember, you know, like fast food. Say, for example, McDonald's. You could get a value meal for like $2.99. That was drink and everything in like 1990. It was so much cheaper. Now you're lucky if you got some, and it actually did taste decent. Now it's bland, usually. Use bow. Shoot unicorn with bow. You aim one of Cupid's golden arrows toward the beautiful unicorn. You let go of the bow. You let go of the bowstring. Zing! Bullseye! The magnificent unicorn is no longer afraid of you. It's now your friend. Is this American? So wait, what? By the amount of Duke you're going for, are you going? Are you become lazy Nukem? Let's see. Is this American soda you're talking about? Yeah, it'd probably been Coke back then. Oh, it's a bland drink. Well, I can't say the sodas have changed much in flavor, but I will say that the food is definitely not the same. I even read a few things and watched some videos that talk about why it's different now, and they largely seem to consistently cite all the lawsuits that McDonald's has dealt with over the decades. People claiming they got sick because they ate their hamburger, or because of things like what was it, Super Size Me? You haven't seen that movie? You ought to go watch. You ought to watch that at some point. That was actually pretty interesting watch. Although I think some of it has been debunked, and yeah, it's a bit sensationalist, but it's interesting nonetheless. It's just not the same. There's also a reporter to kind of give you a good idea. There's a reporter lady that took, I think it was just a McDonald's hamburger and French fries, and she set it on a shelf. And every day she takes a photograph of it. And I forget the last time. Let me see if I can find. Let's see. Not him. Not that. That's not what I was looking for. I think that was it. That's not what I want. If I can remember what the journalist's name was. American soda you've tried has been pretty bad in general, way too sweet. and left a sort of sticky residue in your mouth. It depends on which ones you're talking about. There is a lot of really nasty sodas that you can get here. I mean, that's true anywhere, to be fair. But there's also a difference, too, in what is palatable culturally. Some cultures do prefer sweeter stuff than others, while others prefer, spicier or saltier foods. It just depends. The regular store stuff like Fanta, we have that here too, but it's way, way different. Yeah, he did a pretty good job. He very much sensationalized it. Morgan Spurlock, did a pretty good job on that documentary, but he did cheat with eating more than he should have. He sensationalized. He very much did, yeah. They don't decompose anymore. He bursts into tears, yeah, right. If you wanted to order this game from Sierra back in 1988, it would have cost you $49. That sounds about right, T-Pat. Either 49 or 39, but honestly, I can't remember. I mean, we bought it in 1988. But every gosh darn name, one thing to keep in mind is that there has been a market shift in the cost or the type of sodas that have come out especially over the past 30 years. They've gotten really heavy into adding flavors to everything, and they keep replacing some of the lesser popular sodas and things like that. And then you have the whole energy drink craze, which really increased the amount of sugar people were putting into sodas and things. But if you stick with some of the more like traditional older sodas, like say for example IBC root beer or cream soda, or perhaps or A&W root beer, which is also pretty good, Canadian Mist, ginger ale. What else is there? And Coca-Cola and Pepsi, of course. If you try those, it's different. They're not quite the overly sweet in most cases. They are sweet because it's a soda, but they're not quite like some of the other stuff that you can get. Almost all American sodas have corn syrup. And that has ruined them too, Winter Slice. The other issue too, every gosh darn name is that if you do drink an American soda, do not drink the diet ones. And I say that very specifically because the crap sugar that they put in them, the fake sugar that they put in them, leaves an awful aftertaste that it takes a long time to get used to. Some people love it. Some people just, they almost crave it. But if you can get the real sugar sodas, the like for example, Pepsi has a real cane soda, a sugar, or Jones soda, which is actually pretty good, but those are usually hyper sweet too. They're usually a lot better. I saw a video where American tried a U.S. Fanta versus a European. They were like, holy frick, what a difference in taste. Same thing for me. When I went to London and drank a Dr. Pepper, it tasted completely different to me. Am I part of Big Sugar? No. I don't even drink that much soda. It's like, I mean, I really don't, but I used to drink a lot of Coke. I mean, like Coca-Cola was always what I was drinking. That or Dr. Pepper. Yeah, cane sugar. Just avoid any, like was said, avoid the high fructose corn syrup, any of the fake sugars, like Coke Zero and Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi or any of the diets. If it says diet on it, that's not a soda you want to try. Called Solo. Oh, interesting. In Texas, you can get what is called Dublin sodas. They were made in Dublin, Texas, and they're made of pure cane sugar. And you can get Coca-Cola here with real sugar in it too, but you have to buy it. It's the Mexican Coke. Seltzer is the only zesty drink other than beer. You thought your Fanta tasted artificial, but the U.S. got us beat in spades. Yeah. You like Coke Zero with cheap scotch. Figure that's not going to be healthy regardless. Yeah, no doubt. And I'm not saying that you should never drink the fake sugar stuff, although technically I have that opinion. That's not really my point. What I'm saying is that if you want to taste American soda properly, I would recommend that you don't, because they never taste the same. The only one I've ever tasted that came even close to tasting like the regular thing would be Dr. Pepper, the Diet Dr. Pepper. And even that I still don't like. It leaves an aftertaste. In fact, Coffee had bought some orange and vanilla Coke just to taste it, because she'd never, I think I don't think she'd ever had it. Either way, she bought some recently, and it was the zero sugar version. And I took a sip of it just to taste it because I was kind of curious. And I gave it back to her and I said, it tasted great until I tasted the aftertaste of the fake sugar, the zero sugar part of it. And I'm like, ugh. It's like two separate flavors hit you separately. How's the game going? Hey, Kira. It's going slowly because I'm running my mouth. Sulfurian, how you doing? You rarely drink soda. You had a few Coke cans in your refrigerator about 2 years ago because you rarely drink it, and the soda ended up eating through the aluminum can. Wow. That shouldn't have happened, because the funny thing, Kid Comma, is that the inside of those cans, if I'm not mistaken, is actually lined in plastic, a very thin layer of plastic. That's interesting. I don't drink a lot of soda either, mostly water. Yeah, that's me. I had two, we went to an Arby's today. If Dr. CDCS was around, he'd be like, yeah. Anyway, we went to Arby's this morning, and usually I go there. I'll either get tea or I'll get something like Coke, and I had a couple of cups of Coke, but I pretty much only drink water. Soda and occasionally tea, and of course coffee in the morning. You know that. If you see me streaming tomorrow morning, I'll be sitting here guzzling coffee in the morning. So doesn't stay in your innards long enough to get through. Mostly over abroad is many places apparently not great, and it's also not necessarily recommended to drink tap water if you're not from that area, because you never know how well they purify it. And like, for example, they don't recommend that Americans drink water in Mexico, for example, because it's quite likely that you'll get some kind of a upset stomach from it. They call it Montezuma's revenge. You like diet sodas more than regular? There's no difference health-wise either. Less calories in diet. That's about it. And even then, it's like, it's a lot less acidic than stomach acid. Yeah. So am I ready for King Fury, the movie with Arnie and David Hasselhoff? I got to check that out. I've got to see the first one. You're 95% water now? Us old-timers got to be healthier, right? You drink coffee, milk, and water. Mostly coffee, though. Hey, Brassleak. You like a good... Yes, me too. I'm actually looking forward to to X-Files in the morning. You'll get to have great tap water where you live. Not us. We have well water, and it's horrible. In fact, I just replaced the water filter. Oh, yes, I did, didn't I? I did, didn't I, coffee? Well, completely forgot. In Vermont, your water... I've heard good things about water in Vermont, actually, yeah. Well, final, I'll tell you this much. If you ever come to the southeastern part of the U.S. and you come along the coast, as soon as you turn on a tap water, you'll change your mind. I'm not joking. If you've ever heard people refer to water as smelling like sulfur, welcome to the southeastern United States. Now, once you get further inland, like, for example, it sounds bad. Right now, you're about right. Quick, delete the VOD, then it never happened. Yeah, right. You went to Czech Republic like 25 years ago, and it was the first time you'd ever had to actually buy bottled water for drinking. Interesting. I mean, we buy bottled water for drinking, too. Okay, now then. Did I save? I did. Ride Unicorn. Oh, that's right. I don't have a bridle. You speak gently to the splendid unicorn. It whinnies softly in response. You've heard the water in Iceland smells of farts because of all the volcanism. Yeah, probably again, like the sulfur water. Our sulfur water is different reason, though. What do y'all drink if you can't drink tap water? Well, I mean, I have a water cooler. In fact, there it is. See it? Yeah, see it right there? There's our water cooler. So we don't drink the tap water. I just get 5-gallon jugs and fill them up or get spring water. Usually. You're drinking tap water right now. Let's see. You mean you bought water for drinking, but only if you've been out somewhere and couldn't find an appropriate tap. But it was the first time the tap water was undrinkable. Yeah. 5-gallon bottles of water, empty and reuse. Yep, exactly. Water is very safe to drink and constantly monitored, and I still filter it twice and boil it. Have 2 kettles that are filled with twice filtered water that you boil once every day. Interesting. That's pretty serious. You can also hook up a very affordable filter to your tap if needed. Yeah, in fact, I did. That was what I was doing earlier today, perchance to stream. That's one of the reasons why I'm tired. I had to do a lot of driving around to get some fittings, and I installed a new filter system for the refrigerator. It's better than what we had, and also replaced the old one that we had that seemed to be no longer making filters for some reason. You pay for city water if that counts. I mean, we could get city water, but I forget how much it was, like $5,000 to have them connect us up. It was ridiculous because they installed it after. Vegas tap water is gross. You drink the Sam's Choice. Ah, okay. You were just in Vegas like a week ago and it was fine, but only had it in a hotel, so probably different. I guess it depends on where they got it from. Let's see. Let's see. Get unicorn. Get horn. Look horn. Give crown. Here, the boiling water supposedly reduced microplastics. Don't ask me how or why, but I read it in reputable newspapers. Interesting. I guess boiling it out. I'm not really sure how that would work. I don't know. Vegas hotels have their own filtration, and yeah, they probably do that too. It was really, for the most part, with our well water, if I had a reverse osmosis system and a proper whole house filter for it, it would likely not smell. But reverse osmosis, if you've never used those, are the ones that have a tendency to, like, you go to take a shower in it, and it feels like the soap never comes off. For whatever reasons, I don't know exactly how that works, but you feel like the soap never gets washed off. It's really weird. If you've ever gone to a hotel and you've taken a shower in the hotel shower, you know, like in the room, the shower in the room, and you're like, why does this soap not want to come off of me for some reason? It feels slimy. Yeah, the water hardness. It's just really weird. It has a different response. Okay, so where was the bridle? So the trick is to not take a shower the whole time you're there. No, and it does come off. It's something about whatever the process does to the water. It makes it feel. I hate to use the word slimy because that's not really the sensation, but it kind of feels like that. You visit your parents and take a shower, you have that same feeling. Yeah. I have water in a few restaurants. The hotel didn't have it just anywhere. The software where you can't get the soap off. Maybe. I'm not sure. You remember when you visited San Francisco back in the 90s, at that time, there were concerns about the city's tap water quality, especially following the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake. While tap water is considered safe to drink today, back then there were small metallic signs just below that said "Do not drink." Now there's also signs like non-potable water and things like that, and that doesn't mean that there's a problem with the water in the area. It just means that water is, like, for example, it's a lot of times it's seawater or reservoir water, something like that, like runoff reservoirs. And that's usually stuff that you would find for public toilets, like say in a park or something like that, or fire hydrants. It just means that the water was never treated. So it's just coming straight out of like some reservoir somewhere. Yeah, you still feel slick, exactly. Pan has ceased his dancing and now looks at you and the lute curiously. Talk. You speak to Pan, but he doesn't respond. Give lute. Okay, Pan gratefully accepts your gift of the lute, and in return he gives you his flute. Happy now, he dances away. We drank from the hose. Hey, so did I. It'd be the summertime, T-Pad. If kids, you know, from the 90s and back, we all know, right? If we were teenagers or younger in the 90s and older, you were out in the yard. Your water was the water hose. That's where you got your water from. Your parents live on the coast, so the seawater bleeds over into the groundwater, but it tastes differently during summer and winter. I live literally, like, I can look out my front door, and if it wasn't for the trees, I could almost see the ocean.
It's a swamp.
It's a swamp, but, you know, I honestly can't say I've ever tasted that. Our issue is it just tastes like sulfur. Most of us 80s kids drank from said hose. Yeah, exactly. Gen X, you were raised on hose water and neglect. Hey, Bitterman's coming. That was Kiddo. That was the Kiddo. Where the heck is that bridle? Gonna need that bridle today. Gotta ride that unicorn. Up in the sky. Imaginary exponent. How you doing, by the way? Latchkey, yeah. Mulmite! Hey, how are you doing? It is so good to see you. Surprise, surprise. How have you been? Crossing a river without drowning. I mean, is it a Sierra game? If that's, you know, if it happens like that. See, boiling does things, filtering does things. After both of those, you do get cleaner water, likely with less plastics. But saying the boiling helps with plastic problem, I would not go that far. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Look, pool. Darn time zones. I know, right? It's like, what is it? Is it around, I guess, 6:45 in the morning? Or maybe 5:45 or 7:45? I'm not really sure exactly. Or wait, I can't remember where exactly. You're either way early in the morning or super late at night. I just don't remember which. Always trying to keep track of where people are located in the world. You already write them. Theoretically, it could be boiled and broken down and then taken away with the steam evaporation. Yeah. 8:45 a.m. Okay. Okay. I wasn't sure. I was pretty sure it wasn't 12 hours ahead of me, but I couldn't remember if it was 13. I didn't expect 14. Hose water, especially when the hose was left in the sun and the water was warm. Oh, yeah. Always let the hose run for a few minutes after you turn it on. Wash out all that old water. That nasty water. A silver flute. Then filtering is the best bet. Boiling, then filtering is the best bet. Would assume it would still be reduced at least a bit with boiling. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I do not proclaim to know enough. In Australia, we were told, oh, wait a bit, because spiders could get in there. Yeah. Well, how about this, Millmite? So, I'm sitting on the coast here in the southeastern part of the U.S., and snakes are a big thing here. Lots and lots of snakes. Most of them are relatively harmless, but we have some real nasty ones, cottonmouths and copperheads and things like that. We even have some rattlesnakes, but for the most part, it's like there's just a lot of garter snakes and rat snakes. And it's nothing for me during the summer to go into the backyard where the hose is coiled up against the house and look in the coil of hose, and there's a snake coiled up along the coil of hose in the backyard. I guess it keeps them warm, the hot water inside that hose. Problem with snakes, sounds like you need an owl companion. Oh, we have owls. In fact, this morning I was looking out the front door listening to hoo hoo. We get spiders too. Definitely no comparison, but that's our concern. It's always watch out for the hose. Reach down and snatch the hose and get more than the hose. Speaking of strange plumbing horror, there's another unsettling urban legend about snakes and toilets. Yeah, in fact, didn't they do an X-Files episode on that, Sylphirian? X-Files sounds familiar, right? I think we've been talking about that. If nothing else, you can imagine boiling water melt certain plastics into other molecules that wouldn't count as plastic anymore. Look, bird. I've heard of a plumber snake, but this is ridiculous. It's all right, though, guys. Let's see. In tree, there's nothing of importance. Climb tree. In this dress? Where is the bridle? Where are you going? There you are. Like, where are you, Rosella? Why aren't you moving? Maybe kids are told these stories to keep them from spending too much time on the toilet. Oh, no. I keep going in circles. I gotta stop doing that. Wait. Where's that haunted house again? Does this game have soft locks, or would it be safe for you to play? For the most part, this is one of the lesser soft lock Sierra games. There's worse out there. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I'm sure somebody in chat can probably name one or two. But for the most part, this is a relatively safe Sierra game to play as far as soft locks are concerned. The beauty, too, of this game is it's only roughly about 6 to 8 hours of gameplay once you know how to play it, like once you know what to do. So if you run into a soft lock, you can pretty much catch up in an hour or two. So there's at least one, yeah. Well, the funny thing is, Winter Slices, is like Colonel's Bequest, there are no soft locks. The only real soft locks for Colonel's Bequest are timer issues. If something goes wrong with the timer or a bug. So it's not really a soft lock. It wasn't designed to trip the player up and then, screw them over. it was more of an oopsie. There are a few major ways to lock yourself out of a victory. It's usually clear you've done so, though. Maybe that's why I'm not considering it. When it comes to soft locks, I usually think more along the lines of ones that surprise you. For example, my favorite one that I like to talk about is actually from a LucasArts game of all things, and it's the Indiana Jones and Last Crusade. If you don't grab the portrait in Jones Sr.'s house before you leave, and you get to Castle Brunwald, your ability to get through the castle will significantly be hindered because you're going to come across one guard that you'll have to confront, and you won't be able to get past him without fighting him. The problem with that is that if you don't have everything you need to talk your way out of it, those fights get progressively harder and your health never returns. So between each fight, your health is reduced. And by the time you get to the end of Castle Brunwald, it can be impossible to get past that final fight. Yeah, I haven't played 5. I've never played through King's Quest 5, but I've heard that it gets real bad. You did some research because you couldn't remember the name of the X-Files episode. It's Signs and Wonders from Season 7, Episode 9. In this episode, Mulder and Scully investigate a snake-handling church. Yeah, that's right. After a series of mysterious deaths involving rattlesnakes. In fact, a character is bitten when her staple remover turns into a snake, and later she is attacked by snakes that appear all over the room. Yeah, I remember that. A very specific episode. It's very creepy. You got to go for a walk, and you'll do some research. You only found one study on it, but it's locked behind a paywall, so you'll look into it more. Awesome, yeah. Space Quest 3, you can pretty much always finish unless you deliberately waste all your money. Yeah. Of the Quest games. And let's see. I don't think... No, there... Where the heck did I find the bridle? I think there's a bridle I'm supposed to pick up. Or am I thinking King's Quest 2 or something? That sounds worse than the Wi-Fi episode. And you've seen all those episodes, Coffee. You've seen all of those. Of course, you may not remember all of them. And some of them you probably don't want to remember. What am I looking for? What is next? Yeah, see, I was thinking there was a bridle that I needed, but I can't remember where I saw the bridle or where I got the bridle. The Wi-Fi episode, is it an alien hacker? Actually, no, Drew Stu. It came from season 11, I believe it was. And it's an episode about all of the smart devices, like Roombas and drones and things like that, become infected by, I forget exactly how it worked, but they all became autonomous, and then they started attacking everybody. And she wanted like a Roomba vacuum cleaner for the longest time, and then as soon as she saw that episode, she's like, nope. I don't want that anymore. Pretty sure for the writer or writers took inspiration from common phobias to craft these. Oh, of course they did. Of course they did. There's no doubt about it. I don't even think we need to get confirmation that they did. They absolutely did, didn't they? Police Quest 2 ends in game over sometimes. I don't recall the details, but some seems fair given the nature of that game. I need to play the second one. I've only played the first one. Once I get past, once I get done with the King's Quest series, or the Leisure Suit Larry series, I'll probably pick up Police Quest and finish that. That Internet of Things devices could be compromised. Yeah, exactly. There's a fan rumor that if you mess up badly enough in PQ2, you get convicted of murder for killing the bad guy. Oh my god. Never been able to trigger that or seen it online, though. Huh. What the heck am I looking for? Other than I need to find that bridle.
Incoming ads for
Wait
you
a minute.
non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
All right. I really don't remember what I was supposed to do with the organ, but for some reason, I feel like there was some music I was supposed to find, but I also feel like I might be wrong. Is it like that rumor that somewhere in Maniac Mansion there's fuel for the chainsaw so you can cut off the tree branch and use it to repair the stairs in the library? I think I remember hearing about that when we played that. That's one of those games I played when it came out. Well, a year or two after it came out. And then played again on stream, I don't know, maybe a couple years ago. Thank you for that follow and welcome to the channel. Welcome to our Sierra and LucasArts Tuesday night. There is chainsaw fuel. Unfortunately, it's in Zach. But yeah, I've only ever played that one twice. And that's a good game. It really is. That wouldn't be a good idea right now. Why not? Use diamond. Use diamond with organ. That belongs in a different game, Girl in Tower. Wear crown. Holy crap! Okay, so I was wrong about this, and I'm not going to go down those stupid stairs because that's suicide. Order?
A number 9 large. A number
A number
6
9
with extra
large.
dip. A number 7
With
2
extra
number
dip.
45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
Behind the waterfall, did I go? I tried, but I couldn't get behind the waterfall. It's one of those where I can't remember if I actually can. But let's see if we can. We will try again. That was another place I thought I could get to. Speaking of which, there it is. And like I said, hints are on. I really don't have a problem with you guys telling me what the heck's going on. If you guys have something that you suggest or want me to do. Okay. Today's price for that order is $150. Wear crown. Oh. Oh, that's right. Thank you. Totally forgot about that. Boom. What's this? Why, it's a cave behind the waterfall. You see an old board lying in the cave entrance. But it's not anywhere I've been. Yeah. Get bored. Light lantern. Using a flint attached to the oil lantern, you light it. The lantern burns with a bright glow. The cave is very dark. Try as you might, you cannot peer through the darkness. What? No glowberries? Making good progress at a good speed so far. And I feel like I'm really dragging my butt, too. Between me running my mouth and me wandering aimlessly going, what the heck am I trying to do? But, yeah. Like I said, you guys are more than welcome to help me through this. Give me just a few minutes. We're going to let these ads roll through, and then we'll come back and we'll figure out what's in the caves.
Use your Twitch Prime
Don't go
now.
nowhere. wait, what's that now? Oh, yeah. You forgot about that, too. You hear grooves in the distance. All right. Maybe a lot of talking, but that's cool. See? That's one of the things I like about Tuesdays, though. I run my mouth quite a bit on all of the streams, but Tuesdays seem to be a lot more than that. You have been caught by a vicious troll. Fate be what it may, you are dragged off to meet it. That wasn't a grue we heard, Eldritch. That was... I got trolled. Look, floor. See a pile of bones by the cave entrance. Get bone. Let's see. Play flute? Just gonna overwrite this one. Maybe music soothes the savage beast. I really don't remember what's in the cave. I vaguely remember coming back here, but I don't remember. Vicious troll. What an incredibly refined way for a high-class woman to express. A vicious troll. Hey, that's the average internet user, right? All right. Maybe I don't have everything I need to be able to get past that, do I? Okay. She just splashes about, flails. So I have been behind the waterfall. Now there is the path here. I don't remember how to get past Lalot's goons. I feel like the flute might do that, though. It's worth a shot anyway. Let's see. Give bone. You can get captured once at least. That's true. That's true. Let's let Lalot's goons get me once. Let's see what happens. As the British say, upper class with a posh accent. Well, my pets, said Lalot's hisses, what have you drug home today? Lalot gives you the once-over, and as she does, her red eyes begin to narrow. Are you a foolish girl who wandered here by mistake, or are you a spy sent here by the enemy, Genesta? You swear to Lalot that you were nothing but a poor peasant girl who has lost her way, but she doesn't seem to believe you as her mouth begins to snarl, and her eyes narrow to mere slits. For the first time, you experience real fear and begin to tremble. I know, isn't that a cool color blue? Or, yeah, cool color blue. Lalot snarls, you don't look stupid enough to have wandered here. I believe you're a spy. Take her to the cell. We can't show you the narrowing eyes due to the low resolution of the game, but imagine, okay? it would be much better if they just had a few more lines of resolution, huh? 240, I think, was just not enough. How you doing, Jolo? Just get voice acting until King's Quest 7. All right, let's see here. There was something in here I could get to. You have found yourself in a horrible cell. It looks as if others have found their way here too. Hopefully you won't end up like them. Look, stretcher. Look, machine. An ominous machine lurks in the corner of the cell. As to its purpose, you don't want to know. Are you saying my vertical resolution is too low, pal? Hey, you know, it's, that opens up some doors to some interesting insults. Your horizontal resolution is looking a little greater than normal. You have good you have good horizontal resolution. Cozy spacious cell. It really is a cozy spacious cell, isn't it? Look, a wall. Look, skeleton. At least 2 unfortunate individuals have met their fate here. Get bone. You already took it. Look. Look. Get bridle. Take a different approach. Turn wheel. You don't know how to use this machine, and you never want to know. You hear the henchmen returning. Perhaps they're setting you free. Why would they do that? The henchman motions for you to follow him out of the cell. Lalot gives you the sickly sweet look. You're lucky, my dear, she coos. My precious son Edgar has taken a liking to you, and he believes you. He's convinced me to give you a chance to prove your innocence. You glance at the homely young man standing next to Lalot. He blushes. Lalot continues, I wish to own the unicorn that inhabits the meadowland. Bring me the unicorn, and I shall not only set you free, but reward you as well. To her henchman, Lalot orders, Go! Take her back to the forests. Of course, you know, instead of the horizontal resolution, it could also be a vertical resolution. You could also this another retro video example of that. I think now I'm on a timer. If I don't get that unicorn to her, she will come after me, right? So now I've got to find the bridle, or else I'm basically soft-locked until I find that bridle. And I don't remember where the heck it was. Oh, hi there, trees. Well, I should have saved it there, but you know. So I got to get caught again. I do have to bone, yeah. At least I didn't get much done. This is one of the most BS sections of the game, isn't it, though? And it's really sad that I can barely remember what I was supposed to do here. I mean, I remember Edgar, I remember the end of the game, but everything is kind of so random. Like the, like Pan randomly appears, the unicorn randomly appears, Cupid doesn't always show up at the pool. There's lots of random things. Oh, and then the minstrel doesn't always appear in the same place either. He's kind of random as well. So it's like, there's so much randomness, you can't really plan things. And I got like a... I think that's a fiber from my duster that was on the camera. And I forgot about Edgar until she mentioned him. I didn't even notice him sitting there or standing next to her. And I don't think I can do anything in here. Wait, what is that? Is that just a stick? What is that? Get whip. If the whip is securely attached to the wall, besides, you wouldn't want it. Get stick. Get cat o' nine tails. It is just that in order to solve the unicorn situation, a lot of random and seemingly unrelated events have to happen. There is no real logic for the player to follow. Yeah, exactly. I just have to wait for some things. And for me, that's not really so much of a big issue, is that it makes it harder for me to remember what my steps were. Like, what am I supposed to do to get this to happen? I don't remember things quite so well because I don't have the connections. When you're a kid, you remember playing those old school video games with text commands, like look around and similar prompts. You was the only one with enough patience, but your dad had none. He just typed stuff like, where the hell am I? Or even, take the red thing. Can't you see it? We would do that too. Because the first game I ever played on a computer was Zork. And that was exactly it. And you could cuss at it, and it would argue with you on it. It's like, how foul language, you shouldn't say that, You could only find it by one hint or two mucking about for hours and hours until you got the right. Yeah, you've been eaten by a groove. And welcome in, Rallick. Good to see you there. You know the game pretty well. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, in fact, I was saying earlier, I'm not opposed to people helping me through this. I mean, you've already seen me stream this once before. I'm mainly playing this for the story and continuity since we played 3 recently, and I do plan on playing 5. So anybody following along will be able to keep up with the stories if they're interested. Plus, it's a fun one to play through. I mean, 4 is not a bad King's Quest game. It's not a bad one at all. 3 was a bit rough because of the timers on everything. But 1 and 2 were great. 1 was very short and simple. Pretty much if you know old fairy tales, then you can play King's Quest 1 pretty successfully. I guess I don't have the bridle yet because, well, I don't know where the heck I got the bridle from. Be funny if the unicorn just randomly poops on the grass. Because every horse I've ever been around exactly does that. They're just there, and all of a sudden you see the tail go up. You're like, oh, gonna be around the other side. I'll let them do their thing. And I forgot what the worm was for. Let's see. I still think I was supposed to give the diamonds to this lady. By the way, how many King's Quest games exist? Do you know? What is it, like 8 or 9? They just go whenever the cookies are ready, yeah. That's an awful way to put it, but it sure is fitting. Let's see. Look. Petal.
Arcade
Holy
Castle
crap.
gifted a tier 1 subscription to
Arcade
Ailin.
Castle! That was very kind of you. That was very kind of you. Thank you so much for gifting that sub to Ailin. Thank you so much for that. 20 gift subs in the channel. The dwarf gave you back the diamonds. Yeah, he gave me the diamonds. I got the diamond pouch. Open pouch. You open the diamond pouch, look inside. Many diamonds flash and sparkle from within. Carefully, you close it again and as to not to lose any. Try swimming to the island, keep going left in the water, but I don't remember the starting location saved before. I think it's the end of the pier. And I thought about that because it's a thing, but I don't remember. I don't remember if I have to be queued into something yet. With the inflation today, some people are very kind. That is very much the truth. Thank you very much for that arcade castle. King's Quest and horse trivia. I don't know if I'd call that trivia. It's just my experience with horses. Which is fairly limited, let's be realistic. Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta be careful because there's sometimes a shark or something, right? There's the whale. Here it comes, folks. Horrors, you have been swallowed by a huge whale. Phew, this place stinks. King's Quest Series 7 numbered games and a spin-off action RPG thing and a soft reboot plus several fan games. Yeah, seven original games, right? And I think 8 is the most recent one that came out 12 years ago or so, something like that. Oh, no, I don't have the feather. Oh, I don't have the feather. No. Okay. That's right. So I won't be able to get out. I didn't know there was a new Donkey Kong coming out. Speaking of which, that's probably what reminded you, wasn't it? Speaking of Softlocks, yeah, I don't have the feather, so I can't get out. So I guess that means I need to load. So hang on a second here. That's the other random. You have to find the feather in the forest, right? I think one of the birds drop it. Absolutely, that would be awesome. Yes, please do. Yet another one of those random things, like the worm. I managed to get the worm. Get feather. Actually, did I have it on my map? I know it's kind of random drop, but it can give me a clue as to where I can look, since that's a place I know it's appeared before. Not whale teeth, but oh well, it's funnier that way, right? Oh, that's right. But then you get risk. Oh, okay. Okay. I was thinking the feather appeared like got dropped off one of the birds that just randomly appeared. So I've got to avoid the shark or the whale. That's some flashy 90s colors, right? And you're getting very tired. There we are. On the island. Okay. Oops. Save. 20. I think that's right. And this is a small island. It's not really that big. And it's the Peacock. You love the colors. I absolutely adore the artwork for Sierra games. I mean, I can't say that any of it is bad. Some is better than others. But I prefer this era of their graphics. They got sharper, of course, with the higher resolution in the 90s. You know, what, 89 or 90 when, was it, not AGI, SCI I think it was. Look, beach. Get feather, that's the feather we need. Save. We'll save it here again. And we come back here to finish the game effectively. But there's little reason you can think there's little reason to think you can, and the random chart makes it feel like you shouldn't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. That's one of those things that I don't like in game design. Sometimes it's almost like they're trying to... They forget that you can mislead your player. And sometimes it's not a good idea. I mean, there are times you need to mislead the player a little bit. But you can mislead your player and make them feel like they're being punished for doing the wrong thing. Only it's really the right thing. So you kind of discourage them. Oh, here we go. As you say, no real reason to think a good idea to come here. Yeah. Or that you're going to succeed. Because if you've played any Sierra games up to this point, inevitably there's a section with a maze that sometimes feels endless until you get a special item. So you get into an ocean and you start crossing an ocean, especially with previous King's Quest games. If you weren't given a mission to cross that ocean or some special item to be able to successfully navigate it, you're going to drown. So it's already kind of, you've already got a disposition to think you're not going to make it. It's like, oh, they just killed me. That's them telling me I'm in the wrong place. The character scale not fit environment. And Sierra had lots of those instant kills to fence the player in other games. So it would be it'd be natural for players to think that that's what the sharks were for, was just to tell you you're in the wrong spot. Let's see. Look, bottle. Get bottle. Look, bottle. Open bottle. You open the glass bottle and retrieve the imprisoned note. Read note. Hey, I need help here. The Wicked Horned King has had me thrown into this dungeon, and if I don't get out of here, then the evil will rule the world in the Black Cauldron. Oh, it's another advertisement for a Sierra game that you can't get. Look boat. Not boat. Look boat. It didn't help James, and it won't help you. Look skeleton. The skeleton of an unlucky man, let's call him James, rests atop the wreckage of a small boat. Search skeleton. Yeah, classic Sierra self-plug. Hey, how's it going, Arnie? Welcome in. Pretty certain no whale exists that has human dentures like that. Hey, you know, he's got to go get his teeth fixed after a while. Kiss James. There we go. Kiss James. Why would you want to kiss a thing like that? Check skeleton. Check skeleton. I felt like there was something else other than the bottle with the note. This is where you got stuck. You finished King's Quest 4 a long, long time ago. Didn't remember you need to be in the exact placement. Yeah. This is an awful place. Use skeleton. Give bone. Give bone to James. Doesn't understand have. The rest it was good with. Yeah, you can't last long in the whale. I mean, I saved it, so it's not a big deal. I can always restore, but I felt like there was something else I was supposed to do. All right, time for the aggravation. Look at that! First time! Yay! Use feather. Look up. That was weird. Ganglia, yeah. Tickle ganglia with feather. Use feather on thing. Uvula? Yeah, that's it. Didn't I just say? What was... I guess so. Ticket. Tickle, not ticket. Oh, good God, I can't type. Tickle uvula. There we go. Have I tried? I did try search skeleton. I didn't try take bone, but I already did that, and it probably would tell me I've already got one. Look skeleton. I did try look skeleton and try inspect. Nuts. It's police quests. 90% of non-English speakers learned the word uvula from this game, and you don't even need to type it. Tickle is enough. Oh, is that it? Just tickle? Which is funny. This is the... I don't think I've never climbed the tongue the first time in this one. You frantically tickle the throat of the whale with a big peacock feather. You begin to feel a quiver under your feet, which quickly turns into a mighty tremble. Suddenly you hear a thunderous achoo! Do whales sneeze? And you are swept out of the whale's mouth in a tremendous wave of ocean water. Again, you find your swell with swimming in the ocean. Okay, what am I doing here? To the island. I think that's where we're going. Yeah. And I believe the amulet is here, if I'm not mistaken. You have found yourself stranded upon a desert island. Also, it seems you've others. It seems others have before you. Now, what are you going to do? Dig. I forget exactly where it is, but I'm pretty sure it's right here. Dig. That is definitely a pelican. You can use the mouse to climb the tongue much easier. One of the few instances in the game where it's actually useful. Oh, really? Actually, that's a pelican. I'm wondering how the hell it can. That's good. Maybe it was on the other side of the boat. I swear it's somewhere right around here, though. Can you dig it? From the warriors. Also from the monkeys, from their movie Head. Look sand. In this case, the beach and the island are one and the same. Hey, Mar. Look tree. Only one lonely palm grows here. Elusive, many unlucky a sailor has been stranded here. You see a glint coming from one of the wrecked boats on the beach. See, I thought so. This is one of those, you have to be in the exact spot, and it doesn't give you any real clue other than from one of the wrecked boats. And I'm pretty sure it's like right in this spot here. There is something important in the boat wreck. Yeah, it's the amulet, if I remember right. Genestra's, not Genestra's, right? No, it's something else. It's some kind of necklace. Let's see if it... Sometimes they'll make a sparkle, but I don't know if it does it here. This is the perfect island for the famous question people often ask. If you were on a deserted island, what would you take as your top priority? An umbrella.
Great hat, man.
A post-it pirate hat. What if I got a pretend pirate hat? I mean, I could do it. I don't know how to really draw one.
So, tell me about Loon.
You mean the latest masterpiece of fantasy storytelling from Lucasfilm's Brian Moriarty? Why, it's an extraordinary adventure with an interface of magic. Stunning, high-resolution 3D landscapes, sophisticated score and musical effects, not to mention the detailed animation and special effects, elegant point-and-click control of characters, objects and magic spells. Beat the rush! Go out and buy Loon today!
Cobb has the piratiest of pirate hats. Hang on just a second. Got an idea. That loom was great, yet we didn't get forge or fold. No. How about this? Yeah, that bird, I want to say, snatches it when we take it. I'm going to leave my headphones off for the moment. No, Mystic, I'm playing the game tonight. You can't play the game, okay? He says he never gets to play the game. He just gets to sit there. All right. I didn't, well, it's not a real one. It's like a $5, cheap little costume pirate hat. But I figure, have you tried just looking at the ground over there? Yeah, look ground.
70 bits.
Coming from inside the boat, which...
Phalanges 1972 just cheered.
Whoa,
70
wait, what?
bits.
Oh,
wait, is this Johnny Castaway Simulator?
Dig. Thank you for the 70 bits there, Phalanges. Thank you so much for that. Is this Johnny Castaway Simulator? A $5 bicorn is a bicorn. Okay, true enough, true enough. Hang on, let's see if more like bicorn, right? Right? I know it's here somewhere. Where are you? Where are you? It's like that stupid acorn in, what was it, 2? No, 3. It's like, where the heck is this thing? You had one of these when you were a kid too. They were so light, and it really is lightweight. I mean, it's. I'm pretty sure it's just like a plastic shell with a felt, like a felting, either felt glued to it or some kind of felting attached to it, and then some inexpensive decorations and a patch like on there. I'm not really sure exactly how they did that. Anchor have anything? I don't think so. But I do know for a fact, Mar, that there is something to dig up here in this boat. It's just where... It's like 1 pixel location. I didn't get it yet, did I? No, I don't see it. Where the heck is it? Your mom's got a raised bamboo hat. It's actually really neat. Oh, really? That should be pretty cool. Like a real one, not a costume. Like this is a cheap costume one. Fraz has a really nice one that I think was actually like handmade or something like that. It's really, really cool. This is just a cheapy toy. No, it's a real one now. That's cool. See, I like some. I like cultural hats like that because they tend to be really unique. $70 Canadian. Wow, yeah, cheap. It's not a cheap one. It's a handmade bamboo hat, and that's really cool. Oh wait. You look at the ground inside the wreck boat. What's this? Oh, I don't have to dig. I didn't have to dig. That's all I needed to do it. Okay, so now we've got the bridle to Pelican. That was my mistake. I was thinking it was a dig spot. No, it was not a dig spot. We do dig in the graveyard, though. Yeah, she gets to be a grave digger.
You know where you've been
Look
tangled.
anchored. Of why there would be a bridle in the shipwreck either. I know, right? How am I going to get off this island? Oh, I don't know, Reg. I don't remember. I think I get help somehow, but I don't remember how. It really does keep the sun off you.
Great hat, man.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, thank you. Oh, brain hat. I've been brained. There we go. All right. It's a brainy bicorn. I mean, and it fits perfectly. It works perfectly well. You can't even see the brim. It's all hidden. So it looks like it's part of the, it's like really part of the hat. Honest. Oh, I think I remember. Play flute. No. What was it I was supposed to do here? Wasn't there a whistle or something I was supposed to have gotten and I think I've forgotten to get? The number one word when it comes to lost players trying to make sense of the King's Quest 2 or King's Quest 4 is bridle. Yeah. Final news. Let's see. Well done. Well done. You find the brain hat disturbing. Has to be eaten. Hey, you know, the Cacodemon enjoys a serving of brain every now and then. He is a demon after all. Or is it a she? I don't know. Look, tree. Hold bridle. Show bridle. Call unicorn. You often feel sorry for the cacodemon. It has a mouth 12 times larger than its anus, and there's very little room for a digestive tract between the two. Good point. Winter Slice, what kind of trivia are you looking for today? Brains. DS9. It's in the book. Let's see. All right. DS9. Oh. Let me see what we have. Last time we asked a Quark question. How about a Kira question? Kira Neris. True or false? In the episode The Homecoming, Kira was recalled to Bajor. True or false? In The Homecoming... Uh-oh! She died of thirst! Oh, no! True, false, true, false. In Homecoming, Kira was recalled to Bajor. You can never remember the episode titles. Sometimes I don't know the episode titles, but the question's asked in such a way that I recognize the event. But yeah, I couldn't tell you the episode titles of most of them. Every once in a while, they're just so iconic, you know. There's a handful. Let's see, 20 Nana Visitor. Yep, that's her, right? That was Nana Visitor, I think. Let's see. Join, die, Fallout. You don't know which one Homecoming is, so you guess true. I can never, yeah. You used to be able to name any episode of TNG or of the original series from, wow, that's pretty cool. That takes some serious work. I used to be able to do that with a lot of records. I could tell you the band, the album, the title for the album, and the track listing. I can still do it for for many of the Beatles albums. Actually, no, I don't think I could tell you the track listing of most of them off the top of my head, but I could tell you some of the key songs from most of the albums. But there was a time I could. And let's see here. All right. Well, so the question in The Homecoming, she was recalled to Bajor. We had, excuse me, let's see, Mar, true. Final was false. Dark Max, true. Arnie, true. So far, a majority of true. 3 out of 4. Don't know which one The Homecoming is. So true, that's 4 out of 5. Another true, that's 6 out of 7. Or wait, 5 out of 6, something like that. Wait, I don't know. Anyway, lots more true than false. And the answer is indeed true. It was true. According to the book, it was true. Shake sound command. Hey, phalanges. What's wrong? Oh, what did I not work? Dead. Oh, it's DEAD. I changed it to a random. So just. You're dead. You're dead. Types in "Get Yoshi" emote. Yeah, right. Wait, wrong one. When he finds out. You mostly prefer Star Trek Voyager and original series. Occasionally enjoy Next Generation.
Phalanges 1972 just subscribed with Prime. Raz Frasso old copy of commands.
Raz Frasa. Thank you for the 20 months, dude. EGA Roberta checking in. Yeah, exactly. How the heck do I get out of here? I'm gonna drown on the... I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Thank you so much for the 20 months, Phalanges. How have you been? Is she getting tired? She seems to be moving much slower. And I swear there was a way for me to get a ride from the island, but I don't remember what it was. Ducat having a bad time is always a good time for the audience. I like Ducat's character, as duplicitous as he was. Types, do not get eaten by a shark. Moves too slow, you died. Ha! You're dead. You love the first Star Treks, including the cartoon. Voyager was unwatchable, and the later shows were mediocre at best. I've never seen but like maybe one episode of Voyager, so I don't really have an opinion on it. But I do know that it was it was one of those where I guess it was a little controversial to some Trek watchers. Hey, how's it going, Flip Dippy? Welcome to the channel. I'm just making sure Rosella drowns or dies of thirst. I'm not sure exactly which. Enterprise was not the best. I actually really liked Enterprise. I was very, very much enjoying Enterprise. I think by the third season, it was really starting to pick up. Oh, no! Voyager was the first Star Trek show, but you'll give it credit for actually being Trek, which hasn't been made ever since.
Great hat, man.
Scott Bakula. Scott Bakula. Yeah, Scott Bakula was one. You didn't like him that much? I liked Scott Bakula. I liked watching Scott Bakula when he did Quantum Leap. Watch Year of Hell and skip the rest of Voyager. Huh. Deep Space Nine. The Enterprise was more intimistic in some ways. It was surprising and interesting. Oh, and she just died of thirst. Oh. The only episode of Quantum Leap you taped was the series finale. Arnie, I have a funny story about that episode. We had a satellite dish when that episode aired. And the funny thing about that is that at the time, let me back up a little bit. Let me start this over. If you've ever known anybody that's worked in a movie theater, or if you've worked in movie theaters yourself, you know that when they get ready to premiere a new movie, they usually will show the film to employees and staff, and sometimes their friends, depending on the theater's rules, the night before the film is supposed to premiere for the audience. Basically a private screening. And the purpose for that is to make sure that the print is assembled properly, that the trailers look good, that there's no damage to the print, like scratches, gouges, or coloration issues, things like that. Well, thank you very much for that follow, by the way. Welcome to the channel. But one of the things, but that actually carries over to TV as well, or at least it used to. And they would premiere those tapes, I guess, for the advertisers, folks that were paying for ad time,
Incoming
and
ads
maybe
for you
for
non-subscribers. Use your Twitch
the
Prime
executives
now.
to make sure that when the tape was assembled, so it could be aired, because it's not done live. Like they just put it on a tape and then they would put it in there and hit the button. But anyway, a week before the episode aired, the final episode aired, the satellite dish I had was able to connect to one of those private satellites, and we watched it. We watched the final episode like a week before. But please continue. Awesome. Awesome. I didn't work for one for 20 years, but I worked there for about 5 years and loved it. And that was the weirdest thing in the world. I'd never seen a final episode any other way like that, other than that one. I think I need to go here. Oh, no, I got to do the whale tongue again, don't I? Use bridle. Wear bridle. Final episode of MASH. I did watch the final episode of MASH when it aired. That was a good one. Sometimes see screener Blu-rays at thrift stores. Yep. The ones they'd sent out to judge the movie for being... You know, Vitamin Chi, we've got a DVD for Salem's Lot with... Who was in that? I forget. It was the one that was on TNT. And the funniest thing about that DVD, Vitamin Chi, is that it was actually a 3-hour episode. It was aired over 2 nights. And it was the Emmy Consideration DVD. And it even opens up with the beginning. It says, for your Emmy consideration or something like that. And we went to go watch it. You think I'm soft-locked? I'm missing a whistle or something, aren't I, Chelnov? Did you brag to everybody that you saw it early? I didn't really know anybody that cared enough about it to brag about it. But I mean, I saw a lot of movies early. Like I saw Jurassic Park the day before it came out. Demolition Man the day before it came out. Shoot, pretty much any major movie through the 90s. I thought I was missing something. Yeah. I think you're right. When I got there and I was like, wait a minute, there's something I'm supposed to, like a whistle or something I'm supposed to blow, and then the fairies come and help me back or something. I can't remember exactly how it works. So I'm going to have to do the whale tongue again, Hummiker. I did it the first try. I actually climbed the whale tongue on the first try. And yeah, so let's restore. And then ads are coming here in just a minute. So all the way back here. Where the heck was... You'll have All in the Family, even though it stopped being funny at the end when Stephanie joined the cast. Yeah, there's a few steps to getting what I need. I don't remember where it was. And you have to do them before getting into the whale. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, what it was. And I swear the worm is for the fisherman. Yeah, it can be brutal, Mars. There are a few points where if you miss something, it can get pretty iffy. Give worm. Yeah, it's not for the fisherman. This is weird. You can move with a cursor, but still use the text parser. Yeah, well, the funny thing, Vitamin Chi, is we didn't have a mouse when we played this. We had no sound card, right? We didn't have any real audio of the PC speaker. We had 4 colors, and we only had a keyboard. And of course, now we've got commercials, which are about to come up. That didn't happen back when I was playing this game. And unfortunately, they interrupt me every 60 minutes. So give me just a few and we'll be right back. This is our last set of ads after this, by the way, for tonight. So be right back. right, one of these days I'm going to set that up so that it'll play back, or figure out how to set that up so it'll play back like a playlist. That way I can rotate songs instead of just the one that I pick. All right, anyway, so yeah, I've got... What is it? Hey, Kim Dream, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope all is well. You love King's Quest 4. You remember the first time you played it on your Apple II GS? Each screen looked like a painting. I played it, I don't remember if it was a 286. I think it was a 286. It might have been a low-end 386, but I think it was a 286. We played it on a computer we bought in like 1987, to give you an idea. But it was an IBM PC, or a clone, excuse me. It was an IBM PC clone. I forget who made it, though. Sperry comes to mind. Sperry, whoever that is nowadays, if they even exist. You actually got your mouse from the recycle bin that we used with the 286. It was one of those 2-button IBM PS2 mouse. Woo, fancy. But we had to put the PS2 the serial adapter on it. It looked nearly new when you got it. Yeah. Thank you, Sophia. I appreciate that. And fuck generic shooters. Welcome in there to YouTube. Sorry I didn't catch your name initially. Everything went to hell roughly at that point. Mike and Gloria left. Archie Bunker was turned into a sympathetic character. Yeah, I watched Archie Bunker as a kid. I didn't really. I liked the show. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was hilarious. But I didn't necessarily follow it. It was a little mature for me, I guess, at that time. And then it was one of those shows that every once in a while when it would be in syndication, I'd catch an episode, but I never really got to watch enough of it to really know what the later seasons were like. But that wasn't uncommon. I mean, Happy Days went really rough after what, about 5 or 6 seasons. You think King's Quest 6 was disappointment? Series was never as great as the best Sierra games, the Space Quest. Yeah, for the most part, Sierra went downhill post 93. There were some good things that they did. Not to say that they didn't have great games at all. I mean, Quest for Glory 4 is one of my favorites, and that was I think 94. Sorry, I want to make sure I'm not going to roll over my cat. He likes to get under me sometimes. But the quality and consistency, began to plummet at that point. It's really disappointing. Certain charm, except 3. Screw 3. The worst adventure game. 6 took itself so seriously that it was just boring. I didn't hate 3. I only played the third one just recently, like a couple of months back. And my biggest issue with 3 was the timers. It was really obnoxious. Those timers were just damned annoying. All right. I swear it was a whistle I was looking for. You think the fisherman comes back in the house later? He does eventually come in and sit down at the table. I very distinctly remember that, but I don't remember how he got in here. 6 okay, but definitely wasn't what you wanted from... King's Quest 7 and 8, and increasingly more so. King's Quest 3 and 6 are your favorite Sierra games. 7 and after are all where it fell off of Sierra. Oh, interesting. Because 6 seems to be the one that people tend to complain the most. At least I feel like people have complained the most about. And 3, I get mixed answers to, because that's the game that is notoriously difficult to even try to do a speed run because of the stupid boat. Blasphemy out here for King's Quest 6. Pretty sure it is the overall. Really? Yeah, I tried to. Let's see if I can give them the diamonds. Was it 5? Maybe I'm mistaking 6 and 5. Six is Graham going to different islands. It was also super humorous and didn't take itself seriously at all. Huh, maybe I am mistaking 5 and 6. Like I said, I haven't played 5 or 6. I'm trying to remember what people said about them. And it only ever comes up when we're playing King's Quest. Or Alexander, yeah, Graham's dead. Well, not dead. He's old. He's too old to be questing at this point, right? There is a KQ6 speedrun to get each death so funny. Oh, man. I mean, there's people who love any one of the King's Quest for their own personal reasons. Like me. Most people, if you were like me and Tropico, most people would talk about Tropico. They certainly wouldn't consider 2 their favorite. Most. Usually people don't even know anything about it. Like they just kind of think past it. But that is my all-time favorite one of all of them. There's no debating that. I think the fisherman comes in the house later. Yeah. He won't follow me. Alexander's just, oh, there he goes. Is just thirsting for a girl he has seen exactly once for 2 minutes. There we are. Okay. Sit. Talk. You talk to the grizzled fisherman as he sits at the table. Sighing, he tells you, them fish ain't been biting lately. If things don't get better, I don't know what to do. Give diamonds to fisherman. You offer the pouch of diamonds to the fisherman, who takes it gladly. Wife, give the girl my fishing pole and trade, he tells his tired wife. Obediently, she retrieves the pole and hands it to you. Thank you very much, she says, smiling. You have certainly helped us. As many endings. Okay, so now we have the fishing pole. That song. So I'll go ahead and overwrite this one. Now, talk. You speak to the fisherman's wife. She replies, "You're a very kind girl. You've helped us out a lot. Why, I might even be able to buy some brand new clothes." That song is the most 90s thing ever. 90s thing to ever 90s, apart from the X-Files game. You missed several paths to finish, yeah. Ask about whistle. Get whistle. I'll take it for a purchase. Where the hell was the whistle? Speak to the old fisherman and he replies, "You've really helped me and the Mrs. Gurley. Those diamonds will come in awful handy. We can't thank you enough." Thank you enough. Let's see. Is that a rope? I feel like I'm supposed to get that rope or whatever that is. See, nothing special. Maybe I'm just maybe I'm misremembering. Okay. I can only imagine how many bluesy credit songs you listened to working at a cinema back then. Oh, Winter Slice. I got a story for you. I got a story for everything. You remember the movie The Bodyguard? And there is a song, "I Will Always Love You," written by Dolly Parton and sung by Whitney Houston. And that was maybe the first year I was working in the theater, I think, when that came out. First or second year I was working in the theaters. I was an usher. I mean, I was stuck in the lobby. Actually, I think I was working in concession stand most of the time. So I was like 18. It was 18 or 19. It was between, I want to say it was working over the summer between the freshman and sophomore year. So maybe it was when I was 19. In any case, the theater that I worked at was so crowded, and you're not gonna believe this, but we're talking early 1990s, pretty much the peak of theater goers. Like the prices were expensive, but nothing like what they are now. And you could go to the movie and watch a movie a couple of times a week, and it wouldn't break the bank. Now it costs you $50 if you wanted to get soda, popcorn, and a ticket, and that's just for you. Anyway, the lobby would be so packed that you could barely walk through it. Like, I mean, no joke. You walk in the door, and it's standing room only, and you're basically sideways walking through the crowds, trying to gently push your way through in order to get to the hallway where the theaters are. It was really, really crowded. That means there's a lot of noise. All the noise going on with people at the concession stand, making change, ordering, all that kind of stuff, plus the random conversations, the doors opening and closing, all the stuff. And then, of course, there was this one CD that would cycle about every 20, 30 minutes. It would just cycle over. Well, it had that song on it. And then they stuck another CD in there that had the same song on it, I Will Always Love You. One was at the very beginning of the CD, and then the other was at the very end of the other CD. And they had them in there where the song would play twice. I swear I got PTSD from hearing just her screeching through the crowd in that really busy lobby. I couldn't hear anything but. It drove me mad. I was, and I don't dislike the song. People mistake me sometimes when I talk about it. It's like, you must hate the song. No, I don't hate the song. It's just all I could hear. It's like when somebody plays when they have a car stereo with a lot of subs, and all you hear is boom, 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 and you can't hear nothing else. You're sitting in your house, you're just like boom, boom, and you're like, oh my God, please stop. That's what it was. That's exactly what it was like, but in higher frequencies. It was really obnoxious. You remember that movie being very popular? Remember the song? Never actually watched it. I've seen it once. I've only ever seen it once. But for the most part, yeah, those same. In fact, I've still got 2 of those CDs here. I mean, it not with "I Will Always Love You" on it, but it's got one of them's got Lenny Kravitz, "Are You Gonna Go My Way," a Red Hot Chili Peppers song. I forget which one. Was it "Under the Bridge" or something like that? Might have been that one. And there's another handful of songs on it as well. I'll have to pull those CDs out and listen to them. And they're about 20, 25 minutes long, something like that. Reminds you of working at UK retail shops over Christmas. The same 3 bloody songs forever. Wham! All right. What are we looking for? What is next? I can't go to the whale yet, right? Last Christmas, I gave you my heart. And it was the same 3 of those songs over and over and over, just last Christmas. That's it. After a while, it's not wham, it's damn. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wham, Slade, and McCartney. All the McCartney. You know what? I love Paul McCartney, right? I kid you not. I've always been a Beatles fan in general. And here's a Paul McCartney CD sitting on my desk over here. Not even a really popular one, but a Paul McCartney CD. I'm not a huge fan of that one. I'm just not. Paul McCartney's he's one of those, he's got a lot of good stuff, but there are some songs that just be like, really? You couldn't have done better? And in fact, there's interviews where the Beatles in general sometimes talk about Paul McCartney, particularly John Lennon, would talk about Paul McCartney, and they'd be like, we would tell Paul, don't do that. Like Maxwell Silverhammer, apparently they hated that song, but he insisted on it. And they ended up recording it anyway. And that's just one example, but he was just so prolific, or is so prolific in his songwriting, that he's probably got thousands of songs at this point that he's never recorded or has never really worked through all the way, because he wrote them. And, I can imagine at his peak, he would probably write several songs a day. I really believe that. Let's see. Worm with pole. Hookworm. Fish. Eagerly from the end of the pier, you fling the line in the of the fishing pole into the ocean. I don't remember exactly if this is an old boot. Almost immediately, you feel a sharp tug on the line. Something pulls and fights your line as you slowly reel it in. There it is. You have caught yourself an old waterlogged boot. But since you have no need of the boot, you toss it back into the water. Use worm on fishing pole. Put worm on hook. Scrunching up your delicate nose, you gingerly bait the hook. I should have saved this first. With the large earthworm. Fish. The fish don't seem to be biting. Baited fishing pole. Okay, maybe I can save without causing problems. So we'll overwrite this one now. Boot, catch, and release. I think it was the music teacher who put you off the Beatles early by making us listen to Obla-Dee Obla-Da in class. That's one of those songs that's... It can be good, but you know what really makes Obla-Dee... The only thing to me that makes Obla-Dee Obla-Da good is they had fun with that song. Like, you can tell if you listen carefully, the laughter, you can hear a point where they kind of laugh. He kind of laughs when he screws up the lines, and they left it in there. He switches the gender. You deeply despise that song, and I've heard many people say that. Honestly, heard many people say that. Hey, Vervain, how you doing, by the way? Welcome in. Life Goes On TV series was good, yeah. That's right. It was used for Life Goes On, wasn't it? My brain, apparently, I am starting to struggle. Wait a minute. No, Mystic. You can't come over here, because you get over here, you start chewing on cables. And then you take over my mouse, and you won't let me use my mouse. Yeah, that's right. Silly cat. I can't trust you on my desk. Not like Stash. Stash didn't care. Mystic says, woo, cables. He says, screw you, and he took off. See, I told you. What the heck was I supposed to do with the fishing pole? I mean, obviously I fish with it, but where? And I still need to get the bridle. I may already be on a timer of some kind. Look, tree. You see very few trees. Wasn't this one that there was something on the cliff edge, was it? No, there's no real cliff edge there. But, you know, Winter's Lace, I don't know how familiar you are with Beatles songs, but the song Obla-Dee Obla-Da was from the White Album, or just the Beatles, really. And that album has some of the weirdest songs that you can find on most Beatles albums. For example, number 9, which is just bizarre. Rumor had it that John Lennon and I think Phil Spector and Yoko Ono were responsible for creating that. I even heard a rumor at one point that Elton John might have been involved in it, but this was before Elton John became really famous, because he started recording in like '69. In fact, he even shows up in the T-Rex Bang a Gong promotional video. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, go to YouTube. Actually, here, I'll find it for you. This is funny. Elton John has an interesting history, right? Let's see. Number nine, or reverse it and go, what was it? Only net now, miss him, or something like that. I forget. You can go look that up on YouTube too. College Jukebox was Bowling Alley. Had Revolution number 9 on it. We used to put in quarters to have it play and watch everyone slowly stop bowling, just look around confused. John Lennon would say, number 9 for 10 minutes. That song's obnoxious. Largely unfamiliar because you never forgave them for Obla Di Obla Da. Hey, Winter Slice, though, there are some great songs on that album, though. I'm So Tired is really good. Let's see, Back in the USSR. Dear Prudence is really good. While My Guitar Gently Weeps, the only instance where another artist was allowed to come in and perform with them until the final album. It was Eric Clapton played the guitar solo, or played the guitar part throughout that entire song. It's well known nowadays. I even have a demo, bootleg demo on record of one of the outtakes from that session. It's really interesting. What was I looking for? Oh crap! I had something I was going to look up. Now I forgot what it was. I ran my mouth and forgot. See you in the COC and the Banshees cover of Dear Prudence. Yeah, yep. They did a cover of it. It was really good. Jake Shimabukuro's ukulele cover of While My Guitar Gently Weeps is one of your favorites. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Oh, I know what I was looking up. Hang on a minute. Yeah. All right. I can't play this with audio, but this is the video. You'll want to listen to it for yourself. And hang on a moment here while I bring this over. I'll show you. I think I need to adjust my. Yeah, hang on a second. Pardon me while I prepare this for you. Prepare. Ooh, crap. Where'd it go? Prepare my window. I had to move that before. I want to show you this. This is Elton John. This was from, I think, 1970. So, T-Rex, Bang a Gong. Good song, by the way. And the guitar, or the piano player, is Elton John. Here he comes. There he is. There's Elton John right there. That's like the weirdest thing in the world. Like, he wasn't a member of the band. And he, as far as I know, he didn't perform on the album. He was just part of the video. He wasn't even famous at the time. Just something random. Good tune, though, by the way. If you've never heard it, you should listen to it. That's him. Yeah, it's a big thing. In fact, if you go and look in the comments section of it, it's like, I like how Elton is just sitting there. The one and only Elton John on piano. Brilliant performance by T-Rex. Absolute classic. Yeah, stuff like that. But that's him. That's Elton John. It's funny how bands, like, for example, what was it? Eric Clapton and was it Jeff Beck? Found Jimi Hendrix in a bar somewhere in England. and convinced him to, you know, to tour in the US or something like that. And then here's where it gets really weird. So he does a tour, but he starts an opening act for, of all bands, the Monkees. I kid you not. Jimi Hendrix started out in the U.S. touring for, at the time, a major band. They were touring as an opening for a major band at that time was the Monkees. Two completely opposing styles. And story is that he got so aggravated because the fans didn't know who he was and they weren't interested in this new form of rock and roll. They wanted the bubblegum pop of the Monkees. And he got so aggravated he flipped off the audience and just stormed off and never went back. It's like, damn. Ever see the Zombies do Time of Season? Oh, yeah. There's a guy whose whole job is to just go, in the mic. I've seen the video. I need to watch it again. Elephant pants are more essential than ever. Just the other day, I saw a girl with long hair rocking a pair, and I couldn't resist snapping a photo of her. When Jimmy was the headliner, ZZ Top was the opener. Oh, yeah, really? Look up some Hawkwind videos if you enjoy random people being weird on stage. Oh, just look up Yoko Ono. I was talking about this earlier today. Look up John Lennon and Chuck Berry. Just go to Google or go to YouTube and type John Lennon and Chuck Berry. I'm sure for a fact that the video will pop up at the top. Watch carefully as they do an awesome song for Yoko Ono to wander aimlessly on. Yeah, harassment all knows. I beat you to it. No, you might have beat me to it. Chuck Berry's face when he's like, like, really? What's that noise? Well, a bunch of drugged out, long-haired British men playing a genre called space rock. And then the absolute hero sound engineer just goes, yep. He just cuts the mic like, nope. The engineer probably saw Chuck Berry's face and went, yeah, we better turn her off quick. Billy Gibbons of ZZ Top played one day on the street. I saw that video, Sulfurian, and it's so weird. It tells you that, ZZ Top is iconic. Truly an iconic band. And, yeah, that's it. And, but you know what? It's crazy because, bands aren't famous like that anymore. You have a handful of mostly female singers that are famous nowadays. I mean, Katy Perry, famous now mostly for her going into space and getting razzed for it. But, Lady Gaga, who's kind of sort of fading. Taylor Swift, I mean, everybody knows Taylor Swift is, and so on. But most of them are not as visible as they once were, despite the internet. Van Halen, everybody knew who Van Halen was. You could even picture his face. I couldn't have told you Def Leppard very much, but I didn't get into Def Leppard in the 80s as much as a kid for some reason. Bon Jovi, White Stripes, Pearl Jam, Nirvana. You could kind of look at all of it, and you knew what they looked like. You knew their faces. Nowadays, they're like, oh, I've heard Katy Perry. What does she look like? I don't know. They just don't exist. It's like they don't exist in the public sphere anymore. It's just all you hear is the music. He's making the Samuel L. Jackson face before Samuel L. did. Yeah, really. He really is. He was mad. He's like, or your dad explaining that now that Yoko Ono broke up the Beatles, but she definitely did something. She was an unsightly addition to the group. Katy Perry without the bangs would be utterly anonymous. Yeah. It is very strange to me. I'm just sad that music doesn't have that kind of grab anymore. It doesn't get people like it used to. It's not to say she has some strange thumbs. She doesn't have thumbs. She has no thumbs. Just 5 fingers. really wouldn't recognize many musicians on sight. No, I wouldn't either. I could recognize voices, and I feel like I'm really good at being able to recognize voices in general, but yes, please, Raspinall. I'd love to see that ukulele cover. Just so I have the right one. Yeah. Hang on, let me... Cool. I think I may have seen this. I'm going to save this. I'm going to watch it after the stream because I don't know if this will DMCA me. Probably will. But this... And what was... There's another one. There's another cover that was done by a Hawaiian gentleman of Over the Rainbow. And my God, that one is so incredible. And I cannot think of his name. I think he's recently passed too, which was really sad. He was a big guy. Yeah, a big dude. But his voice and the way he sings it is just sublime. It's so good. It's absolutely amazing. Where else can I go fishing? Yeah, at this point, I'm just wandering aimlessly. I know I need to go back to the island, but I need to get... I'm certain it's a whistle. This is also the reason I don't ever remember this stuff, because I've run my mouth so much I kind of do things sort of absent-mindedly. Oops. The old worn pier juts out from the ocean with a weather-beaten house. Yes, that's not what I'm looking for. I don't think. Oh yeah, and you know, it's really kind of sad. He could play and nobody.
Hello.
Howdy. But I guess in some ways, and I wonder how much they really considered this. In some ways, being a Billy Gibbons impersonator wouldn't be difficult with that beard and the hat, right? Because you're only seeing like this part of his face. It could be, you know, people may have said, hey, he kind of looks like Billy Gibbons, but he doesn't play like him. He feels free. I mean, truthfully, yeah. You know, imagine being somebody like that and just walking out on the street would be enough to get people to, you know, come pester you every time you took a step. But and then finally, suddenly, nobody really recognizes you anymore. It's got to feel weird. At least, okay, I know I don't know what to do. I could go try and dig up graves. That's what I should do. And I can't remember how to get through the trees either. I don't think I would really be able to deal with that myself. You know, like being stuck in a position where it's like I can never go out in public without being mobbed. This reminds you that Dolly Parton entered a lookalike competition and lost to someone. You know, I remember reading that. That's a good one, too. I'd go nuts, I think, though. I mean, there's times where, you know, it's like, I just want to go and sit down in a restaurant by myself and eat and not have to worry about somebody coming after me, you know, and, hey, I know you. Actually, there was one moment I was famous. The job that I worked at most recently, I had worked there for years and years and years. In fact, I was there for 17 years before they laid me off. And I must have been working there for about 6 or so years at this point, 6 or 7. And we would hire hundreds of people every year. We would go through a seasonal period where we would have to hire, you know, several hundred or more people for a month or two and then let them all go. So it was really nothing for us to hire 500-600 people in a year. Easy. In some cases, even more. There's a few years where we were hiring upwards of 700 to 800 people. But anyway, so my wife, Coffee, and myself and the kiddo, we get in the car and I think we were going grocery shopping. And I had to get some gas. So I stop at the gas station, get out of the car, go around the side. And here comes this guy wearing the polo shirt for the gas station logo and all that on. He's got a big 5-gallon bucket and a rag in his hand. He's coming to wipe down all the pumps and just kind of clean up a little bit. And he comes out to the pump that I'm at, and he comes and he goes, "I know you." And I'm like, "Hi." Because I didn't recognize him at all. And I said, "Hey, how you doing?" I didn't really know what to say. And he says, "Yeah, you're the one who fired me." I went, I did? And I didn't fire anybody. It was not my job to fire anybody. He probably reported to me at one point. And come the end of peak season when they let everybody go, there's only 2 reasons we would normally let people go. One was at the end of that season, they either had the choice to stay or they would be let go if they didn't perform high enough standards, or they, basically, let me back it up. Let me make this so that it sounds fair, because it truly did work this way. Basically, they would rank people based on the number of days they missed. Like if they called out a lot, that would drop them lower down on the list. They also had a weekly grade that was given based on their performance, because it was a call center. And that would also factor into it. Most likely, 90% of the time, people would be let go at the end of the season because of poor attendance, basically just calling out too much. For whatever the reason. Sometimes it was because they got sick and they missed a couple of weeks because they get really ill. Other times, I don't like working Sundays, so I call out on Sundays. So, at the end of the season, well, you missed every Sunday. Sorry. You have to come back next year. Yep. And it was probably something like that, but I couldn't tell you what the guy's name was. I felt a little bad for that too, because you'd think I should do better. I'm terrible with names. I really am. And I should do better, and I need to do better. But I really did not know who he was. I could not have told you. I didn't even recognize him at all, which tells you he probably wasn't exactly memorable per se. Yeah, see, I don't know what to dig for yet. How do I find out what it was? Okay, so that's the other thing I need to do. I got a baited fishing pole, a shovel, a cupid's bow, a board, a bone, a small crown, a gold ball. Call center, yeah. Yeah, when I first moved down here, after Coffee and I got married and I first moved down here, I didn't know where else. I was looking around trying to find a job, and it's a small town. It's tiny, really not much here. So I was primarily looking for any kind of work I could get. And initially I'm like, you know what? I can work in a call center for a brief period of time, keep looking for another job. And, just got promoted up and said, this isn't that bad. I can work here. So I got around that. Not call centers. And it wasn't a bad call center. By the way, this was not an outbound call center. We weren't cold calling people and harassing them. It wasn't collections or something like that. It was literally all customer service. So retail companies would contract us to handle their business. And I don't want to say specifically which ones, because it would actually give you a lot more information about my location, and I'd rather not do that publicly. But we handled a lot of very large clients, and some absolutely familiar to some of you in chat. No question about it. In fact, we handled a lot of clothing clients, and I'd be willing to bet at least one person in chat is probably wearing clothing from at least one of the clients that we had dealt with. So it was that was it. And it wasn't a bad job. In fact, it didn't get bad until a few years ago. Because at one point eBay even owned us. And that was cool. I loved working for eBay. That was fun. That was probably the best part of the whole job. Oh no. I'm running my mouth, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm just telling stories at this point and wandering aimlessly through Tamir. I feel like I'm not even making efforts to look around. Hi, Slashlight, by the way. How are you doing this morning? I hope you're having a good start to the day. And Noodle, I don't think I said hello to you. How are you doing this evening or morning or happy time zone? So the cavern of the waterfall is too dark. Yeah, behind it. And I'm not sure. I mean, I've lit the lantern, right? But it's still not bright enough. Played King's Quest childhood in your childhood. You'd think we were about the same age. I wonder what everybody's doing now. Yeah, I played King's Quest. Well, the first one I played was this one in 88, 89. I think it was in 88 when we played it when it came out. So I would have been 15 when this came out. And probably 15, 16 when I played it, something like that. And I've already been in the mines. I don't think there's anything else in the mines that I need. I don't think there's anything else in here. And then you realize, oh, yep. Of course, I literally said morning because I always do, yeah. Well, I mean, that's technically morning, right? I guess it depends. I mean, I've had the discussion with others before. It's like, when do you really start considering what is night and morning to you? So see, this is why I'm wandering aimlessly. I'm completely asleep. Assume not sleeping would be the appropriate answer. Yeah, 2:49 a.m., I would say. That sucks. Unless you chose to get up. I didn't know. Sometimes people get up that early. Oh, are they arguing? The diamonds flash and sparkle with the earthen walls. You endeavor to engage in the conversation with the small men, but they are too busy to reply. Look at the floor. Because you most definitely should. You equally definitely aren't. I mean, I think we've all had nights like that. You get the message. They're like, thanks for the help. Please go away, lady. We're busy. I'm like, can I have some more of them diamonds? Yeah, you can't see anything in that cavern. You're right. Even with the lantern, it's awful. But I don't remember. What did I do? What did I do to get past the troll? I think that was... I feel like the fishing pole had something to do with getting rid of the troll. Like I caught a fish in the troll to distract the troll or something. I don't remember. Not unless you ended up in a different timeline in which England became a part of the great German Empire some 80 years ago. Oh, no. Hey, Slashlight. I got to say something funny. And I saw a tweet or a blue sky skeet or whatever they call them that had me laughing. And it was in reference to, and I don't want to get into the politics, but this really had me rolling because it was so funny just to read. But it was something along the lines of, someone in Germany says, as a German, I feel like I need to say this. Just so that it's clear for everybody out there, Europe wants us to create a large army to go marching through Poland to attack Russia. I said, we want to make sure everybody knows that so nobody gets the wrong idea later. I know where the bridle is. I can get the bridle, but when I get the bridle, I can't get back. What the hell do I do with that? Lama! As a German, I feel like I need to say this. Achtung! Tannenbaum! Kugelschreiber. Well, Poland has been shopping lately. Yeah. I love you, unicorn. I'll help you when I can get the bridle to you. All right. I'm gonna go find the bridal thing again. Okay, I really don't know what I'm doing. Anybody want to remind my poor spongy brain what the hell I was supposed to do? Am I right about the whistle? It is a whistle that I get. And I blow the whistle and I think the fairies come and get me and carry me back to Tamir from the desert island. And then they say we can't help you anymore because they're weakened. They're so weakened they can't do it anymore. So from that point forward, they're basically practically dead until I save them at the end. Ich bin eine Arkansas? What? Oh, it means you're a pineapple. Oh, I was going to say, I knew the I am, basically, I didn't understand what the last word was. I'm like, bananas? There's no B. I think it's funny that ananas is pineapple in German when it's only one letter short of bananas, which is not even the same fruit. Is that right? I'll allow that one /life because I know who you're referring to. I know who you're referring to in that instance. We're experiencing a similar situation right now, so maybe not to that extreme quite yet, but Scheiße indeed. Because to your knowledge, we call that thing banana. So basically the same thing, but instead of an A at the end, it's an E. Interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, screw it. Hang on a second, because I'm going to get past this point before we end tonight, and it's getting close to that time. So... Sierra, help me. All right. By the way, if you're ever interested, I'm always telling people about Sierra games. If you're ever interested, the two best websites or tools for playing Sierra games is SierraHelp.com and SCUMMVM. Those are by far your best friends. Sierra Help has so many tools. In fact, Sierra Help even has tools to allow you to unpack resources like the images, the back, and the music, and all of that stuff. It's a little bit fidgety and fiddly, but it works. And I've used it to extract the soundtrack from Colonel's Bequest, and then I need to go back and actually record them. But the problem is that if I go to play them back using, actually I can make them work, I think, and record them. In any case, it's really kind of nifty, and you can go and see a lot of the assets from within the games. I don't think most people really have ever seen them, but Sierra Help's really great. Welcome in, Stino. It's good to see you. Ananas is Latin. Is it really? I don't know Latin. I didn't take that in high school. I took Spanish. A little bit of Spanish, like 1 year is all I was required. Who was it that said it? I speak two languages, English and bad English. There we go. Sierra game walkthroughs. Is confusing in Morse. Did I say Morse? I meant Morse. Dash, dash, dot, dot, dash, dash, dot, dot, dash, dot, dot, dot. All right, so here's my goal. I'm going to go into the walkthrough, and I am going to, let's see. Oh, okay. Okay, now I remember. Period to go, fail to bait pole worm. So I was right. I was supposed to continue fishing here. That's what it was. It's just, it's random. That's right. Okay. I remember now. Good Old Games is a wide variety of great Sierra games. Yeah, GOG is fantastic. And by the way, YouTube land, I actually stream on GOGcom's channel on Thursday nights on Twitch. In fact, this Thursday night on Twitch, on the GOGcom channel, I'm going to be playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Yeah, fishing. Multipass. The Lilu multipass? Did you say multipass? That multipass? All right, now you were trying to play as many Sierra games as you could. Yeah, that's right. It was Bruce Willis in The Fifth Element, wasn't it? That's right. That's where it was. I only speak two languages, lady. English and bad English. You're trying to play Sierra games as you could, so you beat Shivers 2. You're playing SWAT 3 and Urban Runner. Shivers 2 was excellent. SWAT 3 was very good and far superior to 4. Oh, interesting. I haven't played Urban Runner. And I only ever played Police Quest. I never got to SWAT. Something pulls and fights. We got ourselves a fat fish. There we go. Yay! All right. Okay, save. So we'll save it here. I'm going to dive off, and we're going to go for a little swim. I think this is it. Let's see if I can do the whale tongue again. I have to be careful because I need to get to the island before the whale gets me. Look at that peacock feather. I dared you. Get feather. Okay, save. Oh, you have one too? Probably got the exact same one. It looks like it. This I got from a loot crate years ago. And it slides out, which I think is weird. That's funny. That's cool. Let's see. It looks exactly the same. You know, look at this. Now the whale won't show up. For when you really need more random crap in your life, yeah. I only got a few, and there was a few. The ones that I got were actually specifically ones I wanted. Like, I kind of wanted the multi-pass. There was shirts mostly that I wanted. just got off the stream of the guy I was watching Sunday, and someone was asking about the background music for their Wheel of Fortune and how it was some kind of game music. But then again, it actually was a minor key reenactment of a famous Italian song, but I couldn't remember which. So you looked it up and found out after the stream, and now you knew, and you were on stream, but totally forgot to mention which song it was. Oh, man. Isn't it the Spanish Flea? I guess we'll go back out into the ocean again because the whale didn't appear this time. We're a little bit past my usual end time. I'm going to see if I can get to the whale. And then next Tuesday, I'm going to see if I can make a venture up the whale tongue. Actually, I'll try the whale tongue again tonight, and then we'll end it after I get chewed out. Come on, whale. Oh, no! No! Oh, you son of a bus driver. Bitterman gone Moby Dick hunting.
He's dead, Jim.
Hunting my Ahab. Oh, there we go. Whee!
You know where you've been tangled.
Arming nature. All right, save 22, I believe. Yeah, I got the feather this time. And I had the feather... Well, I got the feather before, but I forgot to get the fishing pole. Get bottle. So I had to go back and get the fishing pole. And I swear there was something I could do with the skeleton. Talk to James. Look, James. Get bone. Tickle. Not here. Okay. Fedorasaur! Oh no, you think you raided the wrong person? Fedorasaur, I bet you raided my old channel if you tried to raid me. I had 2 accounts. Oh, second time is not the charm. Yeah, with 1 in, that's it. That was my old one that got carried over from, I think, was it Nexus Mods that got bought by Amazon? One of the mod sites got bought by Amazon, and also had an account for Justin TV many years ago. Stands for Numpty. Everybody disagrees with those teeth. Teal is the CGA graphics on a 220 volt color CRT run at 110 volts. All right. Now then. This is my... No, wait. Save. Yeah. So we're going to go 23. I hate to say it. I actually do need to call it a night. I am absolutely beat. I was beat before I started. But I want to say thank you so much for a great conversation, all of you. It's been really wonderful. YouTube and Twitch, thank you so much, guys. I really thank you for that. Do you really want to quit? That's what she's doing, smiles. But I'll be back tomorrow morning. We will be back with X-Files, the game, which has been a lot of fun. I'm finally hitting my stride on this one, I think. I figure we've got maybe a couple of streams left of this. And what was I going to play after that? I don't know. I had to think about it. Who knows? Maybe I'll do something stupid and play Lands of Lore 3. We'll see. Oh, I was going to do... that's right. I was going to do Tex Murphy, Overseer. That's what it was. Hey, Echo. Mandated Heaven. Oh, that's right. I was going to do Mandated Heaven. The only reason I'm going to hold off on it is if I don't get done. What was I playing on that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. We should be able to do Mandated Heaven. No problem. Sorry, my brain, like I said, I'm so exhausted. I couldn't even begin to tell you how tired I am. Anyway, let me X-Files, the game. You have to say it that way. Every time you say X-Files, you have to say the game. See? X-Files, the game. It's a lot of fun. I really enjoy that one. We're starting to get to the spicy parts of it, too. And in fact, the game, yeah. In fact, we're getting to this part soon.
Holy crap!
Yeah, that was legit. I got surprised.
Holy crap!
It won't be long. It was pretty much me. Mama! You remember the movie The X-Files? The grain and the black crude oil. Yep. Thank you all for the follows, by the way. Everybody who followed. Fedorasaur, thank you so much for being here. And if you tried to raid the wrong channel, I'm sorry. I actually tried to get my account to take over that one years ago, and I can't do it. They won't let me. And for some reason, it won't go away. It won't get deleted. It's not being used because it's mine. And I don't have the email address that it's associated with anymore, and I don't have a way to change the password, so I just said screw it. That's why I stuck an extra in at the end of this one. Phalanges, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate that. Really awesome and kind of you. Very kind of you. Phalanges also with the 70 bits. Oh boy. And Arcade Castle gifting that sub to Aelin. Yeah, thank you so much for that. And then Rev Brown for another 27 months there. And of course, I go with the sup first. Not to be mistaken with X-Files, the opera. Thanks for the stream. Thank you very much for being here, everybody. Y'all have a wonderful night. I will catch you tomorrow morning with X-Files, the game. Don't forget, Thursday, 7 p.m., we'll be playing some Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 on GOGcom. And, yeah. And then next Tuesday, probably wrap up King's Quest 4, if my brain isn't mush. We'll see. Thank you all for being here. Y'all have a wonderful night. Be safe. And until next time, good night.